こいつは楽しめそうだ。
Fighters ready. Engage.
All right, what's going on, everybody? Who we 186 back again with another podcast here with the Traditionalist 101. This is the Overrated Podcast, episode 22. Traditionalist, introduce yourself.
Yeah, of course. We are finally back on our original schedule. This is the Traditionalist 101. You know how it is. You got to hold on to tradition.
All right.
But yeah, I'm so glad that, I got everything situated with my, side hustle. And now we're back on Mondays. Hopefully it'll stay that way. But anyway, how's your weekend has been?
It's been straight. I celebrated my niece's 16th birthday party. 16th birthday.
Yeah, a party that you did not invite me to.
Because I didn't run the party.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Let me ask you a question.
She would have said yes.
Let me ask you a question. Why didn't you ask her?
I don't have her number.
You don't have her number. You don't follow her on social media.
I don't think so.
All right. Well, whose fault is that?
Yours.
No, it's not my fault.
Yeah.
You didn't.
Because whether it's my sister's party, my parents' party, my cousin's party, you get an invite regardless.
When did I go to your sister's birthday party?
You went to the one. I mean, not my sister's. My mom's party. My mom's party.
I didn't go to your mom's party.
Yeah, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah,
I went to your dad's.
It was.
I went to your dad because I got the invite. Your mom's, I didn't get an invite.
Yeah, you did. You were there. You must have forgotten.
I wasn't there.
It was the one in the house. It was the one in the house. It was you. It was Soul. It was and everybody else.
I think wait. That was a party.
Look.
That was a get together. That wasn't a party.
Yeah, listen. Just take the L on this one.
There's no L.
I invite you to stuff, even if it's not my own party. You, on the other hand, you don't like inviting me to stuff, and that's okay. That's fine. I'll take it away.
About liking to invite you into stuff. Like it's a whole big to do, and I'm not inviting you to something that I really didn't want to go to anyway.
Yeah, listen to the excuses, everybody. These are the excuses he likes to provide.
It's not about excuses. If I'm doing a party, I'll invite you. If it's someone else is doing a party, then I'm not going to invite you.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear. Now you said it. Now you said it. You don't want to invite.
No, it's not about. No, it's not because I don't want you there. It's just
said it.
It's not your party. It's not my party.
You just said it.
It's not. Yeah, but it's not my party.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not my party. Like you want to go to do everything that I go to when it's not my party. I didn't send the invite. I only got an invite, and it was really for me and my mom. That was it. What would you have done if you got there? What would you have done?
I would have caught up with with your sister, with your mom, obviously, with Teddy, obviously, with you, obviously. Like what kind of question is that? What kind of question is that?
So you were just gonna be there for 3 hours doing nothing?
Yeah. It's obviously a celebration. Obviously, I thought I was part of the family, but apparently, you don't like to invite me to your family outings. So okay, then we just.
But it's not my outing. It's not my outing.
I'll take it, man. I'll take it.
It's not my outing.
It's okay. At least I consider you as part of the family for me, my family. But if you don't feel the same way, that's cool. We're still cool. I'm just not apparently cool enough.
How? Okay, so you invited me to your mom's party, right? Even though I didn't know it was a party.
Yeah, I invited my mom's. I invited to my dad's. Mm-hmm. So there's been
which was a big a celebration that you invited me to. Yeah.
So basically, You not one time, whether if it was your sister, whatever it was your mom or your nieces or whoever, I was never gotten an invitation.
Yeah, because that's a family event, not run by me. Like it's a family event not run by me.
Mm-hmm.
If the party was about me, obviously you would be invited. Obviously, you would be.
You're not doing too well with this one, having
No,
that,
no, no,
right?
no, no. Steve. It's fine, but like to me, like it's like we were only there for a couple hours, and that was it. Like that was it.
Mm-hmm. All right, that's fine. All right, that's fine.
I mean,
Let's go back before we get too distracted. So, I just felt like calling you out on it. That's all.
no, but it's like you're getting upset over nothing.
No, I'm not upset.
Then why did you bring it up?
I'm not upset.
And you brought it up when I told you where I was at.
Yeah. I brought it up, so that's all.
Okay, obviously you're upset about it.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. It's all good. It's all good.
Ah, okay, whatever. Anyways, like we have a lot of shit to talk about. Like we have NFL recap. We got Novak Djokovic getting banned, which I knew what was gonna happen. I don't want to say I knew it was gonna happen, but this is what happened. So we'll get into all that shit. We'll get into all that stuff. All right. So okay. So I mean, we might as well do the recap right now. So.
Oh, so you want the NFL playoff recap to be the first one?
Yeah, I might as well.
Yeah. I actually. Oh, before we begin, did you watch every single game?
I watched. I saw all the game except for the last one because I knew Pittsburgh were gonna get wrecked. I knew Pittsburgh were gonna get wrecked.
Well, I had to watch that game because you know how much I hate Pittsburgh, and
why?
I've always hated Pittsburgh, and I will never forget. I still hold it against them when they beat the Jets in the AFC championship game. I think it was the game where we missed freaking 3 field goals back to back, and they basically won. So ever since I hated them, and they were always freaking good all the time. Like they were always contenders, and I was so sick of that organization. So
they're a good organization. There really is nothing you can really combat over that. They're a great organization, even if they're not great. Like they're always there.
Yeah.
They're always there.
So it was first off, they shouldn't have even been in the playoffs anyway. But the fact that
they got lucky.
They got lucky. But we have a lot to talk about. So let's get this thing started with the playoff games.
All right. So obviously, pretty much the only game left is the one that's tonight between LA and Arizona. Who you think gonna win? I think LA is gonna win.
I think I have to go with. I think I'm gonna have to go with Arizona. But before I tell you why, I want to say this: the NFL, they will do anything to make sure that they get max dollars as much as possible. I think this was actually a brilliant move for them to
having won in that game.
Yes.
I agree. It was.
I think this was a very brilliant move. And the way how they set up the schedule, they made sure that the schedules doesn't conflict with each other. That doesn't go like basically don't play 2 games simultaneously. Like there was always, once one game was over, the next game was yeah. And now with the whole thing on Monday, I think this was brilliant. Now they have so many more like the ratings has been extremely high. I don't know. Have you known it? But
no, it would make sense though.
Yeah, and man, like these, I have to give them props. Like they did a very good job to make sure that they get max dollars. So good thing.
All right, so pretty much the winner of that game is going to play Tampa Bay in the second round. Now, of all the games that were that was played over the weekend. Really, the only good games were Oakland and Cincinnati, and the last game was San Francisco and Dallas. Right. This is the one that I need to address this one. Right. Like everything else, obviously were either blowouts, and obviously Cincinnati they led early. Oakland came back. shout out to them because they had a good year despite all the BS that was going around that organization. Even though
Right.
they just fired their GM. So yeah. So
They that I did I didn't even know that. I must have missed that one.
yeah. It happened. It happened like an hour ago.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
But I gotta talk about this game, right? First of all, if you're Dallas, right now, let's give props to San Francisco. They're a damn good team, right? Remember, this team was in the Super Bowl 2 years ago,
Hmm.
and they still have players from that team still playing. They're a good team, but if you're Dallas, this is an utter failure on your part. Utter failure.
Hmm.
You got off to a hot start. You had a great offense, great defense, and then at the end of the year, they weren't playing too good, and then they got outplayed for most of that game by San Francisco. Absolutely got outplayed, but and in San Francisco fashion, they choked on themselves, and Dallas had a chance to give them. They had a chance to get a chance. They have a chance, but when you create 14 turnover, and not when you commit 14 penalties,
Yeah.
and when you run that idiotic play at the end. What the hell? What the hell were they thinking? You have 14 seconds left and you run a draw play. I get that the defense was playing the sidelines, but you couldn't come up with a better play than that.
What she's basically saying is they should have. I forgot who said this, but someone had said that they should have thrown the ball in the middle instead of doing a draw. And
They
look,
should have done what they did. They should have done what they did on the first play, the first drive. They did it hook and ladder.
yeah, yeah, but like, look, I think, in my opinion, the game it was a very entertaining game, but you have to also remember that you just said it. They were playing the sideline, so I don't really think they had that many options, to begin with. Because remember, San Francisco wasn't playing the sidelines, the first couple of plays ahead of previously.
Even if like you have it, you can create plays where you can get out of bounds. Like you can create plays where you can create you could create time for yourself. You can do that, and obviously the whole fiasco at the end with the referee bumping into Dak. It was just it was I watched literally the end of the third quarter and to the fourth quarter of that game. That game I was at work, so but I was able to catch it on my phone. It was fun. It was a fun game, but it's such a dumb ending to their season.
Well, it was stupid because they were constantly making mistakes as if they weren't ready. Like, do you remember the fake punt that they did?
Yeah, okay, like that. Like, go ahead.
Yeah, you do a fake punt. You succeeded in doing a fake punt.
Hmm.
All of a sudden, everyone is just standing like as if they had no idea what they were supposed to do next.
I think they were trying to run a different play with the same personnel, and it's like if you want to do a hurry up, I think it would be better to have the hurry up with your actual quarterback. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Like,
So I'm saying to myself, what's taking so long? Like, what's going on? And they screwed themselves over because I don't know if you noticed. Once they finally did the switch and they got everybody that they needed.
they got a penalty, right? Or did they
Yeah,
get a penalty, or they call a timeout?
it was delay a game. And I completely forgot. Like, I completely forgot about the rule that when you make a substitution, the defense, you have to give the defense.
Yeah.
I forgot how many seconds it is, but you have to give
Yeah,
them
I forgot.
time for a substitute.
Yeah.
And I said to myself, you guys basically ran out of time because the official was holding on to the ball.
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw that, but the official was holding on to the ball because you had to give the defense time to give them a fair shot to make substitutes, and then the time ran out. And I'm like, you guys just did an outstanding play, and now with the momentum shift
And did
in
not
your
tackle.
favor,
Did not. Well, did they score a touchdown on that drive?
I think it was either a touchdown or a field goal. No,
But
I can't remember now.
yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember either. But it's such incompetence going on for a team that's supposed to be a Super Bowl contender. It's just pure incompetence. And as far as I'm concerned, like if I'm Dallas, I would have fired the head coach. I would have
I,
fired McCarthy.
I don't think I don't want to go too far as firing McCarthy, because I do believe that um it's really you got to put the players um yeah, you have to hold the players accountable, because that one flag, the face mask, like seriously, and the one play where I forgot who the person was, when he basically tackled the leading the crap, what do you call it, the do you remember that flag play where it was basically a holding on the defense, where he basically tackled the lead blocker,
I
and
do remember that play.
yeah, he basically tackled the lead blocker, like what the hell are you doing?
I mean, but honestly, at the end of the day, that's on that's being undisciplined, and ultimately that's on the head coach.
Like the thing is, I cannot always blame the head coach for the players' stupidity on stupid penalties. I can't always put the blame on the head coach for that. I
I mean,
really
but
can't.
discipline is, to me, discipline is a reflection of coaching. And when you commit, and they're the highest penalized team in the league, the highest penalized team in the league. To me, that's a reflection on coaching. And even though Mike McCarthy does have a Super Bowl, a lot of people think that rode off the coattails of Aaron Rodgers. And a lot of the problem that Green Bay had during those years, and remember there were years when they were 13-3, 14-2. They were always in the playoffs, but it was always like decisions, clock management that he would be always criticized for, and that came to bite them in the ass big time in this game,
Yeah,
big time. And honestly, both their coordinators are being offered jobs, and to me, I would fire him. Like, 'cause, like like your team is too talented to be gone in the first round. Too talented,
uh,
and you know, in my opinion, like I don't think they're going to do it. I'm not saying it's not big. I don't give a shit. I don't care about the Cowboys, but at the end of the day, like you can't that that they lost that game based on penalties and coaching, in my opinion.
yeah. I'll lean more on their own stupidity for with all the with all the stupid penalties that they had. And frankly, when you really think about it, like you said, the 49ers is a scary team, especially on defense.
Yeah,
That dude, freaking Boza, that guy was just constantly adding pressure on Dak Prescott.
yeah, but he did. I know their top two defenders got hurt though, so
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know how that's gonna work against Green Bay.
No, that's good. That's good. That's a great news for Aaron Rodgers. He has
Yeah,
nobody. He doesn't have nobody to worry about now.
yeah. All right, but
Yeah.
speaking,
So when you have a guy who's basically just as good as um, T.J. Watt, and like when you have somebody who is just as good as him,
hmm
like, and he gets injured, that's a huge impact. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not going to be. I don't think it's going to be easy for them. I think now Green Bay has a much easier chance to win. Just by losing Boza, I
yeah.
think Green Bay has a better chance of winning now.
All right. Yeah, I agree. So okay, so I guess we both agree Green Bay is gonna beat San Francisco next week.
Now,
Uh,
before we continue, one last thing with the Dallas game.
mhm.
I want to. Do you blame the ref at any point at all?
No, no, no. Like, cause the referee has to spot the ball. That's a rule. It is what it is. Like, I mean, I don't want to hear Dak and any of those guys go after the refs. You committed 14 penalties. You got outplayed for the vast majority of the game. You got outplayed.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
there's nothing to complain about.
I 100% concur with what you said. Here's the only one thing that I want to bring up though, and it's a little like, oh, you could dismiss it easily, but I had stood by this when we talked about it, when we were talking about the when we was talking about
Referees
what no, yeah, when we was talking about referees.
and
I had I had I knew something like this was going to happen because when the referee came and bumped into the team, right?
Mhm.
If you paid attention, it took like what, like 2, 3, 4 seconds for the official to get where the Dallas lineman was at, so
Mhm.
he could actually have been able to spot the ball. You see, this is the see I called this when we was talking about the boxing fight when I said I'm sick and tired of officials, referees in boxing fights, referees and the NBA, referees and the NFL, especially in the NFL and boxing. You need to be physically fit if you're going to partake in that sport. You need to be physically fit. That referee was like Undisputed actually showed a clip of that dude just jogging. How the hell that you don't have the foresight to notice that, hey, you need to be exactly where the Dallas Cowboys are so you can spot the ball so they can run the next play. You know that time is running out. What's taking you so
I
long
mean,
to get there?
that's not their problem.
I mean, that's not their problem.
It's not the problem.
They have okay, but let me tell you why it makes it their problem. They have to spot the ball. Like you said, it's part of
Yeah.
the rules, right?
Yeah.
If they have to spot the ball and you know that the team is in a rush because time is running out, you need to bring that same energy. You need
No, no, they don't.
you need to get down there and spot because now that's a delay on the refs, not the Cowboys.
I mean,
That's
look,
a delay on them.
you know what you do? Don't run draws with 14 seconds left. That would don't call stupid plays with little time left and no timeouts. The referee should handle the situation the way they handle all situations. They don't need Dallas shouldn't be dependent on the urgency of a referee to win a game.
They have to.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do because
No, they don't.
they only had a few seconds left.
And then whose fault is that?
What do you mean whose fault is that? I mean it is what it is. You have to have the same urgency. Like this is why I've always stood by. If a referee is in a boxing match, you need to be you have to have some amount of physical strength to separate the two boxers.
You're
And when
not.
it comes to the NFL, no, but even if you disagree with that, you also complained how when there's a delay in the boxing fight because they're constantly hugging each other, that's not good for TV. It's not
Okay,
good, and it is also not good.
no referee is gonna be able to break those two guys up. There ain't no referee gonna do that.
Weak referees won't be able to.
Yeah,
Weak
and
ones.
strong ones ain't gonna do it either.
I think strong was are able to.
Where are you gonna find them at?
I mean, where?
Where?
I mean, you make
You think guys who are physically fit are looking to become referees?
listen.
You think that's something that dudes who are physically fit, who can do whatever they want physically, I want to be a referee.
What I'm saying,
You think that's the profession that they go into?
what I'm saying is, if you want to be a ref, there needs to be some type of physical requirement. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's all that I'm trying to say. That there has to be
And
some
if
type of
that's the
physical
case,
requirement.
you won't have referees.
I don't think so. You told those guys to get in shape. And look, I'm not saying be just as athletic, with the NFL players or with the NBA or with the boxers or UFC fighters. But this is why I gave UFC. I don't want to go too much off topic, but this is why I gave the UFC credit for having big, strong, agile referees when
Well,
it comes to UFC. It's
well,
not like that.
no,
It's not like that in boxing.
those are more needed in that sport because obviously the ways that you can create that you can knock a guy out or hurt a guy is a lot more varied in that sport than it is on anywhere else. Because obviously, if a guy holds on to a choke too long, you need someone who can, get him off, or if obviously, is I think the octagon is bigger than a traditional boxing ring, so they do need to be able to um
Be agile.
yeah, I guess you can say agile, but cover more space, cover more ground
Mm-hmm.
and be able to be in certain situations for different scenarios like submissions, or if you have guys against the cage on the ground, make sure they're not guys are not grabbing the fence or grabbing, not or trying to be cheap. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
in that sport, it makes a little bit more of a difference because of the nature of the sport. But at the end of the day, like like I said, I can't concentrate on the referees when you are a team that committed 14 penalties. You ran a stupid draw play at the end of pretty much near the end of the game, and then you're depending on an old guy to run and spot the ball. You got what you deserved. Run a better play, run a better play. Go for a Hail Mary or something. Like, come on, like to me, I don't want me personally. I don't want to hear. Now, do I think they should be better referees? Yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay. I'm
But
surprised. Okay.
no, because the referees, by and large, NFL referees stink. By and large, they stink.
Mm-hmm.
By and large, but and they're not full time, and I think that's a problem too. But I don't want to get too deep into it. They're part time.
Well,
So what?
they still get paid a lot of money. Trust me. I think financially they're fine.
I don't know, but I know for a fact there's a couple of referees that are lawyers, and I guarantee you they make more money lawyering than they do, refereeing games.
No,
But
man, I don't know that, but okay.
no, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. No, I mean, they ain't got no millionaire referees.
No, but I'm pretty sure it's probably like maybe a half a million, probably
No, absolutely not.
probably a half a million, maybe
No,
200,
no,
maybe two three
no,
hundred thousand a year. Yeah,
no.
because I know the NBA refs they get like close to $1 million a year.
I have to look this up. Hold on a second. I have to look this up.
Yeah, go ahead. And while you do that,
Mm-hmm.
all I have to say is, look, you are 100% correct that it's not the referees. The referee plays no fault into this whatsoever. Like, I agree with that, but based on the rules, I'm talking about the rules.
Mm-hmm.
You're all right, and I'm on your side on that. Like that, look, those fans are a
Okay.
disgrace. They
Okay.
are a major disgrace for throwing, garbage, at the rest. And you know what's worse? The garbage that they were throwing at the rest, some of them hit the players.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, so you saw the
Yeah.
video,
I saw it.
dude. You are throwing garbage and you're hitting your own players. The players
And
who you paid to see, you are throwing it at them because why? Because obviously you can't aim correctly. And like, why would you do that? Like, I don't understand. Look,
it is bush league. I agree.
yeah, I understand that you're upset, and maybe you probably thought the referees had screwed you over, but you cannot get upset with refs and get all irate for them doing their job. Now, for me, nobody had addressed this, not even in nowhere in the media. I was hoping that somebody would, but my only problem is what I just said moments ago, is that I believe that they need to be in better shape, because when you go in situations like this, because remember, this is not new. We've seen people try to come back and win the game with a couple of seconds left. It happens all the time in every year.
I
So
agree, but I think a lot of it.
Here's the thing. Because you see that in a consistent basis, you have to make sure that the referees are in top typical shape so that they could at least hang with the players. Not be just as agile, not be just as quick, not be just as fast, not be just as strong, but at the very least, try to hang with the players. That referee that had to spot the ball took like 3-4 seconds just to touch the ball, like with the additional seconds that he was bumping into the players. So forget about the part where he had to jog, his way down there. That already took seconds off the clock. Plus, you taking too long to even touch the ball. Like, come on, like that's the only blame I believe that the refs should get. But I blame more that on the league more than anything. There have to be a requirement. You guys need to be quick, pick up the pace, bring in the same energy as the players do. That's all I'm trying to say. But go ahead.
Okay. All right. First off, the annual salary, based on what I can find, is just over 200,000. 200,000. No.
And you complaining?
200,000
for part time? That's bad?
No, it's not bad. No, definitely not bad.
Absolutely not.
But that doesn't. But it's still a part time job. It's still part time. Like, and to me, and I saw Dak said oh, the fans should get credit for throwing shit at them.
Oh, I saw that one too. I saw that one too.
This is such a dumbass comment. Like, why don't you play better? You play better so that situation don't happen, where you're not dependent on a 50-year-old having to spot the ball after you just ran such a dumbass play. How about that?
Well. Let's just be fair though. Even if he threw the ball, that referee probably would have taken just as long anyway.
It don't matter. Like it don't matter. You stop the clock by running out of bounds. That's how you do it. Yeah, I know they're playing for it, but it's not impossible. It's not impossible.
Yeah, I agree.
Right. The facts are they lost the game. I don't want to hear nothing about the referee. They lost the game.
No. Yeah, again, I'm pretty much blaming the league. Hopefully, they will address this issue because you cannot have this. Like if you're going to have you know elite athletes, you need to have the referees to at least bring in the same energy at the very least. I'm not saying they need to be just as athletic as them, but you cannot allow a referee to take his time jogging and where that the next play needs to happen,
Yeah.
and it can't happen without you.
I
That's what
mean,
I'm trying to
it
say.
didn't look like it didn't look like he was. To me, it didn't look like he was jogging. It
He
looked
was
like he was trying to spot the ball.
he wasn't
Where
sprinting either.
okay, that's fine, but it looked like to me that he was trying to spot the ball. He unfortunately got into contact with Dak Prescott, who probably should have just given the referee the ball in the first place. But even if he gave him the ball, they were going to run out of time anyway. They were going to run out of time anyway.
Yeah, probably they probably would have run out of time because
Yeah.
isn't there's a new rule that say that 2 seconds have to come off anyway after the snap after
No, I mean, I don't know, but like they were gonna run out of time anyway. Like you run a stupid draw play with 14 seconds left, like they were gonna run out of time.
my issue wasn't the draw, it was the length. Like he took way too long to get down. As soon as he went to the 30-yard line, that's when he should have stopped, but he wanted to go and get greedy, run all the way down to the 20. And I'm just like bro, like even the commentators called it, like they knew that they ran out of time, like they
Yeah,
knew it.
everyone saw it. Everyone saw it. Everyone knew when you ran that stupid play that they were gonna run out of time.
Yeah.
Like it's dumb. Man, like I said, I don't want to hear nothing about complaining about referees. I don't want to hear from him congratulating his stupid fan base for throwing stuff at the referees. No, do better. Do better.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, I can't go in line, with Dak Prescott when you are rewarding your fans for throwing stuff, at the referees, especially when they didn't even deserve it.
So stupid.
Because again, even though I believe that they should be in more top, physical shape, that's not on them. That's on the league. For me, I'm just talking about for me. You know what I'm saying? And you may disagree with it, but I'm just saying for me. So I can't blame that, on the refs. So the fans are wrong on that. I cannot ever agree throwing garbage. I mean, we're talking about trash, throwing trash at other people. How disrespectful can you be?
Yeah.
Like seriously. Anyway,
Anyway, this, to finish up the recap. Okay, so LA and do you think any one of these teams have a chance against Tampa Bay?
the only team that I believe that is capable of beating Tampa Bay is either Green Bay or the
Mhm.
Niners. That's it.
Okay. I
What about
think
you?
honestly, I think if LA beats Arizona, I think they'll beat Tampa Bay.
You think if LA beats Arizona,
hmm
they'll beat Tampa Bay?
I think they'll beat Tampa Bay, barring any serious injury. Now on the other side, you have Cincinnati and Tennessee. I'm gonna go with Tennessee, even though I think it's gonna be a good game. But I think Tennessee's gonna win this one.
Now you said that you think LA could beat Tampa,
hmm
but you don't think the Cardinals can.
No,
Okay. Okay,
no.
you don't think the Cardinals can. And look, and by the way, I don't know if you saw that Tampa Bay game, but
Mhm.
if you if you saw the game, you would probably notice the disrespect that Tampa, was giving the Philadelphia Eagles because they basically did not respect their passing game. Like throughout all game, they only had one safety. They basically played, just like one safety out in the field, like almost throughout the whole entire game. So they
Mhm.
basically gave you a platter to throw the ball downfield, and they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it. They were constantly playing the run.
Yeah, because that's their strength. That's the Eagles' strength.
Yeah,
Their strength is running the ball.
yeah. Like they were not worried about the passing game at all. Like they
No.
just constantly, was holding the run, and that just goes to show how much I wasn't really impressed, with the Eagles whatsoever. I really wasn't. Maybe you were, but I wasn't at all.
No, no, I wasn't. I wasn't. So who you think gonna win between Tennessee and Cincinnati?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Tennessee.
Okay, and then this one is the main. This one is I think is gonna be the best game of the week. Buffalo and Kansas City, part two. Both teams smoked their competition. Buffalo beating the shit out of New England surprised me.
Okay.
I think they would have. I don't know if I picked New England to win the last game. I don't remember last
hmm
week, but I was surprised that Buffalo beat this destroyed them.
And speaking of football, speaking of LA, and they just did the kickoff, so the game's starting. The game's starting now. But
Okay.
I want to mention this, real quick. I no longer because you mentioned Buffalo and how they beat New England. Now they did beat New England, but I really want to give Bill Belichick a lot of credit this year. Why? Because when you lose your quarterback, your elite quarterback.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Yeah, go ahead and answer. Boy. Well, I honestly believe that the playoffs was outstanding, and once again, I think the officials did a very not the officials. I think the league did a very good job by implementing by bringing the game into a Monday night game. That was just a phenomenal idea. Let me tell you, we're being highly spoiled right now, but I like it. Like I think this was a very great idea for what they did. Monday, I'm not doing anything on Monday. I'm pretty sure a lot of you are probably not doing anything on Monday. So the fact that we are able to watch football, make a couple of burgers, make some sandwiches, some some fried chicken, some popcorn, some Kool-Aid, and just get the show on the road. I actually like that. So, but in the meantime, until having get back, I honestly believe that man, all that ringing. No, I honestly believe that I really hope that Tampa doesn't make it to the Super Bowl again. I really hope not.
My bad.
Okay. So what I was trying to say was you had your quarterback Tom Brady,
Mm-hmm.
right? Who left your team. So now you have no quarterback, and you missed the playoffs, and you were able to bounce back the following year and make it to the playoff this year. I'm sorry, but that is pure coaching, in my opinion, with a rookie quarterback.
Well, he's the
Mind you.
greatest coach of all time. Like it
So
is what it is.
I don't want to hear anybody say in the media anymore that was it all Tom Brady? Clearly, it wasn't all Tom Brady. Look what Coach Bill Belichick did. He remember they were also in the number one seed at one point. They were the number one seed, for a few weeks, and they made it to the playoffs with a rookie quarterback. While they missed the playoff last year because they didn't have a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
So clearly, Bill Belichick knows what he's doing. That's an excellent organization.
Yeah, yeah. But Tom Brady won a Super Bowl without him, so
Yeah. That's fine. But give him a good quarterback, and then we'll see what happens.
you can say that for any coach.
Not really.
Yeah, you can.
Not really. You
Name
you even said it. McCarthy only won one Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers.
exactly. That
That's
actually proves my
unacceptable.
point. That actually proves my point.
That's unacceptable.
That proves my point that even an average coach can win with a good quarterback. Now, obviously, Belichick is more than average. He's the great, like I said, the greatest coach of all time. But if you have a quarterback, it makes your job a lot easier.
Yeah, but when you're a quarterback that goes to an elite team with a great defense, I mean, you're obviously going to win. Peyton Manning did the same thing when he went to Denver. I
Yeah,
mean, it's pretty much evident.
yeah. You need an entire team to win. Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. But okay,
Well,
but
cool.
who?
So kudos to Bill Belichick. So hopefully, I guarantee you they're going to be a huge problem next year. But all right, let's move on.
All right, but who you think gonna win between Buffalo and Kansas City?
Do that. If I had to place a bet, I would be too scared.
I'm gonna pick Kansas City. I think it's gonna be a close game. I know the last. I think last year they played each other in the fun in the championship AFC championship game, and I think Kansas City beat the smoked them. I don't think that will be the case. I think it'll be a close game, but I think Kansas City will pull it off at the end.
I think, yeah, I'm gonna have to lean towards on your side and say that Kansas City is going to win. Also, I think it's
Yeah,
going to
yeah,
be very very close, but I think they're going to pull it off at the end.
but I do think this is the prime time game of the week. That's the big one.
Oh, you think that is going to be even surpasses the Green Bay and San Francisco game?
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Because in my honest opinion, I think most people believe in these two teams going to the Super Bowl than any of the other teams, or at least than any of the other two, Cincinnati and Tennessee. I don't. I think people are still sleeping on Tennessee,
I agree.
and I don't think anyone, even though Cincinnati had a great year, I don't think anyone believes Cincinnati is going to win a championship. So
No.
to me, this is the marquee matchup. But anyways, all right, bro. Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's go
Oh,
on
you
to
or you finished with the recap? So you done?
yeah, yeah. Do you have
All
any
right.
final words?
No, no, no. Like um, I think dude. In all honesty, the only bet that I think that is actually safe is the Tennessee and Cincinnati. Everything else, it could really go either way.
Oh yeah.
It,
Well, I mean, to be fair, like I think Tennessee's going to win, but that's not going to be an easy game. That's not going
yeah.
to be easy.
And quick question: Who do you think should be MVP this year?
If I had to pick, is honestly, it's probably going to be either Aaron Rodgers or Tom Brady.
Uh, yeah, dude, I want Aaron Rodgers to win the MVP, and they say that it's him,
Hmm.
but I don't know, dude. Something tells me that it should probably be Tom Brady. As much as I love, Aaron Rodgers and Green Bay, I think Tom Brady probably. I think his numbers are just slightly better.
Yeah, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if Tom Brady won, but I think they're going to vote for Aaron.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But
They got
either one deserves it. So it's like it's not a robbery if one wins over the other. It's not a robbery.
yeah.
All
All
right.
right, cool.
All right. Good. All right. So hopefully we can get done with this topic real quick. Um, last week we talked about Joe Novak Djokovic, right?
Hmm.
And how he was able. What's going on, Malta? How you doing, bro?
Oh, Malta, what's up? What's going on, man?
Oh, FY, we haven't talked about the Jordan Wade thing. We haven't talked about that yet. So we're you came pretty much just in time. All right, we just gotta get over this tennis player stuff first. So Novak Djokovic last week he won a I think he won an injunction or whatever to play in the Australian Open, but the Australian government said that they were going to continue to fight this, and ultimately Novak lost the appeal, and he got deported, and he since he's gone from the tournament. Right now, there's a couple things that I forgot to mention last week.
Hmm.
Like for one, obviously he's unvaccinated, but I heard that in the Australian Open, the fans have to be vaccinated in order to watch. Is at half capacity, but they have to be vaccinated to watch.
To watch,
Hmm.
just to simply
To
watch.
to to attend the event to attend.
Okay.
And I find it odd that they gave him the exception not to get the vaccine when everyone else has to go get one. I find that interesting.
Well,
Secondly,
oh, go ahead.
secondly, apparently the reason why he got the exemption was because he had COVID a couple weeks prior, and obviously I don't think you're supposed to get vaccinated shortly after you get COVID, at least from what I heard. But here's the thing.
Because same thing happened. Same thing actually happened to me. I wasn't allowed because even if I wanted to get the vaccine, which I clearly don't, but even if I wanted to, they told me I couldn't, get vaccinated until a few months.
Oh, okay, so
Yeah.
that's what he used as the reason for the exemption, because he had COVID around the middle of December. The problem is there are photographs of him without a mask, going around, taking pictures, partying, and all the other stuff without a mask. Now, if this guy had COVID and went around doing, because what do you do when you had COVID? I know you don't take COVID seriously, but what did you do when you had COVID? Did you go around going to parties and stuff like that?
No, when I had COVID, I basically stayed home, drank a lot of remedies, trying to get better. That's pretty much all I did.
Apparently, he didn't do that. So either he lied on his visa, or he just a complete dipshit.
Why would you act all vulgar with that type of language? Well, why would you be able
If you have COVID and you're going around touching people, being around people while you knowingly having COVID, like you think that's a good thing?
okay, was he aware that he had COVID
I
at the time?
He used that as the reason why he didn't get vaccinated. So clearly he had. So clearly either he's lying or he knew he had COVID.
Now, if he knew he had COVID and he went around partying, yeah, he's probably lying because when you get COVID, you basically pretty much have the same similar symptoms as the flu. Why aren't you home, trying to recover? Why are you partying if you have a freaking virus in your system? You know what I mean? So I pretty
All
much
right, let
think
me all right, let me
right.
read this. Let me read this.
Yeah,
Right.
go ahead.
The day before the Australian Open was set to begin, Novak Djokovic, possibly the greatest tennis player of all time, ran up against a group of determined opponents that no amount of talent, training, money, or willpower could overcome. He lost his final bid to stay in Australia on Sunday when a three-judge panel upheld the government's decision to cancel his visa. More broadly, he lost to a government determined to make him a symbol of unvaccinated celebrity entitlement, to an immigration law that gives godlike authority to border enforcement, and to a public outcry in a nation of rule followers over what was widely seen as Mr. Djokovic's reckless disregard for others after he said he had tested positive for COVID last month and met with two journalists after. Anyway, he said that he had COVID and he still was meeting up with people. Like,
Yeah, that's not a good sign. And I think since obviously this is publicized, obviously the Australian government knows about this as well. And I think that was probably the last straw for him.
yeah,
And
you know what, that's actually a good point because I do think that even though, like I always say, it's not a good look to give people exceptions when everyone else doesn't get it. But if he had been following protocol, right? Let's say if he had been following protocol, if he was upfront and honest with the government about what he was going through and everything like that, I think he would have been playing right now. I think he would have been playing right now.
well, it would still make the Australian government hypocrites if they did that.
I, yes, to an extent. But if he's someone who was willing to follow protocol, if he had to wear a mask everywhere he went, if he was only allowed to do, if he was basically only allowed to go to and from the state, to and from the where he was playing at the stadium, whatever. If he was willing to follow all the protocol, I think they would have let him play. I think they would let him play. And I do wonder if the WTA was also misled by Djokovic with the stuff that came out. Like I do wonder if they were also misled by him as well. Because last week I blamed the WTA, but if this dude is going around lying about his vaccine, like not his vaccination data, but his what was going on with him at the time, whether he had COVID or not, and he's showing such disregard when having it. No, I would not let him play either.
Yeah,
Definitely would not let him.
you would
I
have
would have banned
basically
his ass. I would have revoked his visa and sent his ass home.
okay, so that would have been his comeuppance, if you
Yeah,
will. That that's
yeah,
you basically would have said, oh, so you think you could just manipulate the rules and you think you could just get what you want.
yeah,
Okay. Well you get the boot. That's what that's what you're basically saying.
yeah, exactly.
Oh man. Yeah, look,
Okay.
if he truly did get the virus, I honestly believe that yeah, he was just using that as a reason why not to get vaccinated, and that's actually a really good excuse.
Hmm.
You know, you pretty much immunized.
Yeah.
Um, but yeah, if he's out there hugging and kissing people and just going to parties while he's vaccinated, and you're making contact with everyone, because look, when you go to parties, you and I both know you're not at a party or at a club for just 15 minutes.
Yeah.
You're in there for hours hanging out with people, and you're sick. Yeah, it just doesn't look good for Australia or the TWA, right?
Yeah. WTA.
WTA.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
it doesn't look good for anybody. So yeah, I as much as I hate the whole vaccine mandate that they're having over there in
mhm,
Australia, and how I'm just not into vaccines.
mhm.
Yeah, if you're gonna do that and hang out with people while you are contagious, yeah, there's no defense for it. Like there's really no defense.
Let me read this part. Just a few days earlier, Mr. Djokovic lawyers had won a reprieve from his first visa cancellation hours after his arrival on January 5th at Melbourne Airport. As of Friday morning, he seemed to be on his way to competing for a 10th Australian Open title and record breaking 21st Grand Slam. But that initial case had never reached beyond procedure, focusing on how Djokovic was treated at the airport as border officials had held him overnight. In the second round, his lawyers argued that the government had used faulty logic to insist their client's presence would energize anti vaccination groups, making him a threat to public health. In fact, they argued anti vaccine sentiment would be aggravated by
Aggravated.
his
Mhm.
removal. Huh?
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, by his removal, citing protests that followed his first visa cancellation. The minister is grasping for straws, said Nicholas Wood, one of Djokovic's lawyers. The alternative scenario that deportation would empower anti-vaxxers was not considered. He maintained. Let me see if there's more to this. Mr. Wood also disputed the government's claim that Mr. Djokovic, 34, was a well-known promoter of vaccine oppression. The only comment cited in the government's court filing, he said, came from April 2020 when vaccines had not been developed.
Hmm.
Ever since then, his lawyers added Mr. Djokovic had been careful to say very little about his vaccination status, which he confirmed only in his paperwork for the Australian medical exemption. There was no evidence before the minister that Mr. Djokovic has ever urged any others not to be vaccinated. They wrote in a court filing before Sunday's hearing. Indeed, if anything, Mr. Djokovic's conduct over time reveals a zealous protection of his own privacy rather than any advocacy. So what his lawyers were trying to, I guess the thing that the Australian government was worried about was that adding him to the tournament would have added a lot of unwanted publicity from people who were against him being there. And if they had removed him, they were worried that it would cause an uproar with those who supported Djokovic.
Wait,
So
it would say that one last piece.
I think they were afraid that if he had been removed, let's say if their original, if they just deported him in the first place, right?
Yeah.
If they had just done that in the first place, they were afraid that people who were pro Djokovic would have protested the event also.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes
Let me see if
sense.
there's any. Let me see if there's anything relevant to this. Okay. The case though ultimately turned on the immigration minister Alex Hawke and his personal views. Justice Alsap pointed out in the court that Australian immigration laws provided a broad mandate. Evidence can simply include the perception and common sense of a decision maker. Stephen Lloyd, arguing for the government, told the court it was perfectly reasonable for the immigration minister to be concerned about the influence of a high profile unvaccinated individual who could have been vaccinated by now but had not done so. He added that the concern about Dr. Djokovic's impact went beyond vaccinating, noting that Djokovic had not isolated after he said he was tested positive for COVID in mid-December, meeting instead with two journalists in Belgrade. The government, Mr. Lloyd said, was worried that Australians would emulate his disregard for the standard rules of COVID safety if he were allowed to stay. Yeah, so pretty much what happened was his dumbass, thought that he was like, to me, he thought that he was above it all, right? He got the exemption, and he thought that he was above it. And to me, like, like, you can't have that. You can't, like, then Malta saying you said he's partying in Australia, arrest or deport him. I mean, yeah, that's true, but it's better. They're better off just deporting him now, because it's like, if you're not going to take it, if you don't want to get vaccinated, that's fine. But if you're not going to take it seriously, and especially if you have COVID and you're just around people, it's dumb. Like, why would you do that? Like, it's dumb. It
Yeah,
shows that you don't take it seriously, and you're going to a country that takes it very seriously. You know what I mean? Like, it's just dumb on his part.
yeah. Australia is not playing around. When it comes to that virus, like they're not playing around. Like they are tracking people down who are disobeying protocols. Like they take that stuff real serious. Now, as far as him getting arrested, I wouldn't go that far. But if you want to deport him for not following guidelines, I mean, I don't have a choice but to say, what, yeah, as much as I hate the vaccine, and I understand he was trying to do everything that he possibly could to not get it. But if you're going to say in your own admission that you had the virus, but then we have pictures and videos of you hanging out with people, that doesn't look good on you. It really doesn't. Especially the fact that when the last week when we was talking about this, how nobody informed the Australian government that he wasn't vaccinated. I mean, it seems like they were doing everything that they could so that you can partake into the tournament.
At least the
What?
WTA did.
Right.
Absolutely, the WTA did. And if like you said, if what you're saying is true about, and I don't, I believe you on this, where they said that if you get the virus, you can't get the vaccine shortly thereafter. Then everything within his core. All he had to do was if you're gonna if it's a lie, that's all you had to do is just stick to the lie. But instead, he decided to, yeah, if you're gonna lie, then just stick to the lie. LA just scored, by the way, so they're up 7-0.
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
All right, so yeah, but if you're gonna lie, stick to the lie. But you're going around, taking pictures and getting pictures taken, and it's just dumb. To me, that's dumb. It's just completely dumb. And another thing that annoyed me, I'm done after this, is when Naomi was going through what she was going through with the media, right? He was saying, now he wasn't saying bad stuff to her, but he was saying, "Oh, you have to follow the rules. You have to follow the rules."
Oh
And
gosh.
I'm like, and now you see this bullshit. And it's like, come on, bro. Like, seriously. Like, trust me, man. There's a lot of people who don't like this guy. He is undoubtedly the greatest tennis player of all time. There's no denying that. He's definitely up there. But there's a lot of people who see through this guy, and they don't like this dude. And based on this and some of the other stuff I heard about him, I can't say that I blame them. Can't say that I blame them.
Did he get backlash for what he said about Naomi? Did he receive
Yeah,
any?
yeah, he did.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, okay.
But it's like you're going on saying, "Oh, talking to the media, that's part of your job. That's the rules and all the other stuff."
Which
Well,
is true, by the way.
no, it's true. It's true. But then here you have rules that you have to follow, and you're not following them. And in this case, you're potentially getting people sick because you don't want to follow the rules. I'm like, that's such garbage. Such garbage.
Yeah, it's pretty much garbage because like I understand that they actually had people like there's one of my coworkers, he had COVID, but he said he didn't even know that he had it.
Yeah.
Like he said he knew that he felt that he had a stuffy nose. Pretty much what he felt like he had was just like a average cold.
Yeah.
But apparently he really had COVID, and so he had to stay home. So I get it that he probably felt that he wasn't really, receiving, getting all the symptoms that a lot of people was having, loss of taste and chills and whatnot, headaches, whatever. He probably didn't get any of that. Now, if he didn't know here's the thing, if he didn't know at the time while he was hanging out with people, like I'm just talking about the precise time when he was hanging out with people, taking pictures. If in that particular time he didn't know that he had, COVID, maybe I would probably let him slide. Maybe. But I want to know, when was the precise time? When was the exact time that you knew that you had COVID? That's what I
I don't
wanted
know.
to
I
know.
don't know if they said in the article, but I think they said that he lied on his visa about when he got it. Let me see. There's more stuff. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it here. Let me see. I don't know. I don't know if they. This is a long article.
Yeah, see.
Yeah. 'Cause I don't know if they ever mentioned when he got it. But if you're citing that as a reason why you can't get the vaccine because of COVID, then you shouldn't be having pictures of you being out there, because the perception is always gonna be out there, because people already know that you're anti that you don't take the vac you don't want to take the vaccine. People already knew. I knew that, and I don't even watch tennis like that. But even I knew.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But then you're out there. You use the COVID thing as an excuse to, as a reason why you can't get the vaccine. And then there's pictures of you around the time you said you had COVID, around going around hanging out with people. That's a bad look. That's a bad look. And ultimately, he got what he deserved. Like, so.
Yeah, he pretty much, got what he deserved. I mean, I still feel bad now that he can't partake into, the tournament. But yeah, you gotta, take this stuff seriously, because look, even where I'm at, where I'm working at, and there's a lot of, businesses that says, even if you have something as simple as a stuffy nose,
Mhm.
they don't want you in. They don't want you in. They don't want you in their establishment. And look, I understand, because they don't want people to, they don't want to take any risk anymore. And now with all these other viruses and Morion, and it's annoying
Yeah.
to constantly hear about virus after virus, and mutations and all this other stuff.
Mhm.
Everybody is taking this so serious, to the point where even a freaking headache. My job is telling you to stay home. If you have a headache, stay home. You have a sore throat, stay home. You have a stuffy nose, you stay home. So,
It
so
hasn't,
what?
and it hasn't always been that way. Like me personally, I don't get sick that often. But if I was sick, I have to be on my deathbed not to go to work.
Yeah,
I literally have to be not be able to move to go to work.
right.
Now, I mean, listen, my job can't afford to have me miss work. I just worked a 13-hour shift, so I don't know if they can afford to have me not go to work. But if I'm not feeling well, then yeah, I'm not going to work, because I don't know what I have. You know
Well,
what I mean?
the thing is, just like how every other job is worrying, fretting about, is that if you have COVID, they don't want you, passing it to everybody else.
Yeah.
Once that happened, now you don't have any workers. So
You're
I would assume that they would tell you to stay home. Otherwise, they're gonna have to close shop.
Yeah.
At least for like, at least what, 2 weeks, 14 days. No company wants to do that. So yeah, stay home.
But yeah, but like just him being a dumbass, and he got what he deserved. So
Okay.
anyway, let's move on. All right. So you brought this topic up a couple of days ago. So you do your thing.
Yeah, and I'm actually looking forward to it. And I know you are going to defend him all the way, because of your bias, because I know how biased you are. But here we go. This is the Dwayne Wade one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here we go. Let me share this real quick. All right. So Dwayne Wade says younger generation will forget about Michael Jordan in GOAT debate like we forgot about Kareem. All right. Now, let me say something real quick before I read this article. This is what I wanted to address.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody has forgotten about Kareem. So already, what he said is already flawed. Nobody has forgotten about Kareem yet. No,
Do you
no,
do you consider Kareem the greatest center of all time?
the greatest center.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure.
No! Don't tell me. Yeah, sure.
Yes.
Was he? Was he?
What you want me to say?
Is he the greatest center of all time? Do
I
you
think
believe
so.
that?
Yeah,
You truly believe that?
yeah. He's either number one or number two. You can't ignore 6 championships. You can't that's number one. And the fact that people are constantly talking about his signature move, the hook shot where
There's the
they
thing that no one does anymore. By the way,
yeah, okay, having no, there's a lot of things that people don't do anymore. You don't
like what?
okay. When the last time you seen a fadeaway shot?
A
The way
fadeaway? They do that all the time.
the way Michael Jordan does it. When the last time you seen a turnaround fadeaway shot?
I see guys do it all the time.
Who? Name me somebody.
Let me see. Who do I seen on
All
the?
right, all right.
I see
Let me move on.
Tyler Hero.
Let's move
Tyler
on.
Hero done it.
No, he
I've
knows
seen
he
Tyler
hasn't.
Hero do it. Yeah, I've seen Tyler Hero do it.
Come on. You
We
don't
all
see
look. We all know what the game is nowadays. It's just about dudes shooting threes. We know that's the game.
exactly.
But there are still guys who will still shoot that fadeaway.
Okay, a fadeaway, but not a turnaround fadeaway.
Or turn around fadeaway. Like guys will do that too. It's
I haven't
it's not
seen
the reason why you don't see it often because teams discourage people from doing that. They discourage players from doing that because it's not an efficient shot. It's not efficient.
I don't know if because when you do a turnaround fadeaway shot, it's nearly impossible to block because you're fading away. You're fading away from the defender. So I don't see how that will be an insufficient shot, especially if you're in mid range.
I
If you
don't. I don't like Malta said that kids today know Jordan, Kareem, Bird. No, they don't, man.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. They
Yes,
know
I'm
LeBron.
telling you.
They know LeBron because he's playing right now. They know LeBron because he's playing right now. They don't remember these guys, man. Like I'm telling you, they don't remember these guys.
If you're talking about Generation Z, Gen Z, because they were born in 2010 and beyond. If you're talking about them, maybe you have a point.
Okay,
But as far as everybody else,
okay,
they know who
those
they
are the
are.
guys those are the guys that Dwayne Wade's talking about. He's talking about the younger generation. That's what he's talking about.
Even with that, you have historical figures still matter and they're still relevant till this day.
Okay, but do you think that that those guys will be talked about the way that current players are? No,
Yeah, of course they are.
no. But okay, let me address a couple things from Malta. Right, he said that those players are in 2K. I do think I do think that's important. I do think that's important because there was something I was gonna say. I was gonna wait till the end of the conversation to say this, but I might as well say it now. The reason why Jordan's legacy will not be as quickly forgotten as some of the other players is because of his brand, the shoes, the brand. His legacy will go on well. I think it will go on way past the same thing that happened with Madden. People who play Madden, the first thing they think about is the video game. They don't think about him as a coach. They think of the video game.
Okay.
When it comes to Jordan, I guarantee you, there's some people who will buy Jordans who don't know. They don't know who the man behind it. I guarantee you that's going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
That's absolutely going to happen.
Because you still associate shoes with basketball and football anyway.
Okay, but people who don't play basketball will still wear Jordans.
That's fine, but they will recognize that the brand, because it's an iconic brand that
Yes,
every
it's an iconic brand,
that attracts, whether if you're a minority or if you're a rich guy, everybody knows what those Jordan represent.
But do they represent the player or do they represent the brand?
Both.
That's what no, I don't think the play. I think the player is going to get less and less remembered.
No, let me tell you why I think you're wrong, and then I'll get to the article. I know you hate Chris Broussard, but he had said something that I didn't even know, that I wasn't even aware of. He basically said that a lot of the people who buy Jordans that would stay in line whether if they're kids or whether they're a bunch of rich guys, people who buy Jordans, the shoes that they always usually go after are the shoes that he played in. They don't it's gotten so bad that a lot of the people don't want anything to do with the Wizard shoes that he had played in. It's the ones where he was in Chicago. How if you don't know who Michael Jordan is, how would you be able to differentiate what shoes that he had when he was playing the game? How would you know? Obviously, it's because they know who Michael Jordan is. That's why. And I don't think that even with the younger generation, the Generation Z, when they're in the come up, I think they will still be able to figure out who Michael Jordan is. People still talk about him in the media till this day. He still hold so many records till this day. And frankly, a lot of people that knows Kobe Bryant, they recognize that he had copied a lot of Michael Jordan's moves. So when you constantly go back in history, it all goes into Michael Jordan's favor. It all leads to Jordan at the end of the day. But let me get to this article. Are you there? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm back on. Let me.
What just happened? Um, everyone, let me see what's going on here. It looks like I disappeared. Hey, Malto, can you hear me? Or what's going on here? Okay, having went away. Maybe I don't know what's going to happen. Because if he's back.
Okay, my bad.
What in the world happened?
My internet went out for a quick second.
Oh, okay.
Okay, but we're still live though. We're still live though. Okay.
All right. Yeah, you probably missed what I said then.
What did you? Okay, what did you say? Okay, yeah. We were talking about Michael Jordan. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I pretty much said like throughout even when you look at players like Kobe Bryant, who basically copied all of Michael Jordan's moves.
Okay.
And when did you hear the part where I said people who buy his shoes, um when people buy his shoes, they don't buy the new Jordans. Like they do, but
Yeah, everyone buys new Jordans. Yeah.
everybody buys new Jordans. But what people usually want are the shoes that he played in when he was in Chicago. They
They
want
they want the old school the retro one.
they
Yeah,
want they want
I
they,
understand that.
in order for you to recognize what shoes he played in, you obviously have to know who Michael Jordan is. That's the only way for you.
To an extent, yeah.
That's the only way to identify what shoes that he played in.
To an extent, yes, I agree with you. To an extent,
Okay, so
but
that
as time goes by, as these young players grow up, and I guarantee you, the guy who you're going to hear a lot from when it comes to greatest players of all time, when these young guys get older, are going to be your LeBron James. I know that must piss you off. The LeBron James, the Kevin Durant's, and especially this one, Steph Curry. I'm telling you, this guy, when he finally decides to retire, people are going to consider him one of the greatest players of all time.
well,
Absolutely.
yeah,
Because nowadays people want to play like Steph Curry. Back when we were younger, everyone wanted to play like Michael Jordan.
mm-hmm.
Now everybody wants to play like Steph Curry. He changed the game. I'm telling you, I'm telling you this right now. Like the way look. I know you're probably gonna read the article, but let me just say this. He's not trying to disrespect Michael Jordan.
That is
It's not
disrespect.
about that. No, it's not.
Yeah,
No, it's
yeah,
not.
it is.
No, it's
Yeah,
not.
absolutely.
It's not
And
about
I'm
disrespecting
going to tell you why, but finish first.
It's not about disrespecting Michael Jordan. What it is about a realization is that when the young players grow up, they're going to look. They're not going to look. They may look at if they're deep into basketball, they'll look at the history. They'll look at the history, right? But they can only judge the history by numbers, by sheer numbers. And if they look at someone like a Bill Russell, who nobody considers the greatest player of all time, despite the fact that he has 11 championship rings. Why? Because everybody knows that when you only have like what 6, 7 teams in the league, the best team is always gonna have the team with the best players are always gonna win. It is what it is. When they look at Russell, they look at obviously Kareem's numbers, the six ring that he has, right? Magic Johnson, his rings, right? Michael Jordan, they're all going to be lost in history. They're not lost in history, but
You
the
serious?
context of those will be lost in history. The context of those rings and the meaning behind those rings will be lost in history. They will be. It doesn't mean that they're not the great that you could everyone always gonna think that this guy is great for the team that they watch for the player that they watched. I guarantee you, if you find a guy who was in his 80s or 90s, he's probably gonna say Michael Jordan's not the greatest of all time. It was Wilt or Bill Russell or whoever, the guy that he grew up watching. Our generation likely gonna say Jordan. A generation. I think I don't know. I don't know what generation I'm in. I think
No, we're the millennials.
millennials. Okay, like we're like the one after us. Like I think Malta said that he's Gen Z. I don't know if that's the one that's after us, but they're probably gonna say LeBron James. And I guarantee you, kids younger than that are probably gonna say Steph Curry.
No, yeah, yeah. Gen Z is after us, and after that is the Generation Alpha. Generation Alpha. Yeah, I made a mistake because
Okay.
Generation Alpha is the ones from 2010, and people who are currently born right now.
And you
Children who
think
are
that
currently born right
Generation
now.
Alpha is gonna automatically come out the womb being like, oh, Michael Jordan's the greatest player of all time?
Yes,
No, no,
yes,
no,
yes, yes,
no,
yes, yes. But
no.
let me read the article real quick.
Go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Because I knew you was gonna have a lot to say about this, even though you said this wasn't important to you. Clearly, it is.
No, it's not important. No,
Since
it's
you
not.
have
No,
so
it's
much to
not
say.
important. It's not important to me.
Look at
It's
all
not.
the stuff that you trying to defend this man since before I even got a chance to read the article. But
Dude, it could have been Dwayne Wade. It could have been LeBron James. It could have been anybody. I would have said the same thing.
mm-hmm.
I would have said the same
I don't
thing.
know if I believe that because I
No, because and the problem is that Jordan zealots, they get all offended anytime anyone says anything remotely negative about Jordan.
that's not true.
Yeah, it is true.
That's not true.
It's 100% true. And the funny thing is that you weren't even a Jordan zealot when you grew up when we were younger.
How you know that?
Yeah, I know. I've been that. All you talked about was Reggie Miller.
Okay, I talked about Reggie Miller, but Jordan wasn't playing anymore.
Are you serious?
Jordan was not playing anymore at the time.
So when Jordan
No,
was playing, he was your favorite player.
when Jordan was playing, my two favorite players was Michael Jordan and Reggie Miller. Those are my
I
favorite.
don't I, I don't
Those
I
who were
don't
my
buy
favorite
that.
players.
I don't buy that.
Those who were my favorite
I
players.
don't buy that.
It was Reggie Miller and
I
Michael
don't
Jordan.
buy that.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Well, actually, no. I do buy that because you're a fair weather fan. That's what you are. You're a fair weather fan. So
Yeah,
I
okay.
can buy that.
All right, let's read this article. It's not that long, so I wanted to play it, but since you told me that
Yeah, no, don't play it.
it's gonna be, I think what we should probably do from now on instead of playing these videos, just strictly play the audio without the with the picture. I notice a lot of people are doing that on YouTube now,
That's
where
fine.
they just play the article.
That's perfectly fine. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So during the recent appearance on Dax Shepard, Armstrong Expert podcast, Dwayne Wade shared his thoughts on where Michael Jordan fits in the NBA GOAT debate. When asked if a basketball player has passed MJ on the list of greatest players in league history, Wade spoke about how the sport has evolved, admitting that it's only a matter of time before someone wrestles the GOAT title away from Jordan. These GOATs, no, these GOATs names that we throw out is not gonna just be a lot of those players. Wade explained at the 4 minute and 45 mark of the episode. But the game continues to keep moving forward, and we are gonna continue to see things that we have never seen before. And the eyes are going to get younger and younger. Now, let me address this quick quote right here,
Mm-hmm.
where he basically said we are going to see things that we have never seen before. Now, look, I agree that maybe in a couple years from now we're probably going to see something new, something innovative. People are constantly, making new moves, and the list goes on and on. I get that, but there are so many moves or things that we haven't seen that we've seen before that we're no longer seeing now. Like I gave
Because
you,
the game is different now. Yeah.
yeah, that we're no longer seeing now. Now you and I disagree with the whole fadeaway shot thing, but I remember I had mentioned the hook shot that you said that we don't see anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I've mentioned how when Kevin Garnett would block shots, he would grab the ball instead of just hitting it and let it go out of bounds. He would grab the ball.
Mm-hmm. And
You
you know
don't
who did that recently?
you don't see that. You don't see that anymore.
No. You know who did that recently?
Who?
John Morant did that recently.
Okay, but
Who's literally like 8 inches shorter than him,
all right,
and he's doing that, now.
in a consistent basis.
Not consistently, but
Okay, all right, then, all right,
They
okay,
do it
all right,
consistently.
all
He
right.
didn't
Come
do
on,
that
come on, come on,
consistently.
come on.
Come
Like
on.
you
He
don't
didn't
see
do
that.
that. He didn't do that consistently.
Yeah,
Stop
he
lying.
did.
He
Yes,
did
he
that one.
did.
He probably did that once in a while.
No, he did it. He was consistent. Obviously, you wasn't watching enough Garnett games, but he was doing that
No, it wasn't.
consistently. He was doing it consistently, especially when he was, near, the baseline where he was, guarding, whoever he was defending. He was constantly doing that around that area. And for me, there are always going to be things that we are no longer going to see. LeBron James is another example. When he would run on a fast break and just constantly act like he's basically flying when he freaking slams. You see, every time he does that, it seems like the rim is going to snap in
And
two.
you don't think a player can do that.
And
You
the
don't
only
think that-
the only person that came close to doing something like that, I've seen Giannis do it a couple of times. But I don't see nobody doing that.
Yeah,
anymore.
and Giannis is probably like a couple inches taller than him, and he's doing that.
But you
A
don't.
guy his size shouldn't be doing that. A guy his
Giannis?
size, yeah, a guy his size shouldn't be doing that.
I don't know.
These like here's
Let me get one more example. Like Dirk Nowitzki, when his 1 foot jump shot. The only person that tried to imitate him, was James Harden. You don't see that anymore. You don't see nobody like these are the nice, memorable, whether it's moves, whether if it's someone's defending. I understand what Dwayne Wade is saying, but there are moves that existed back then that we're no longer seeing anyway. This stuff fluctuates, it alternates. Like things are always changing, but there's going to be things where it was so memorable that it will prevent the future generation from forgetting who these players are. Because when people talk about Kareem, they're going to talk about his hook shot. When people talk about Shaquille O'Neal, they're going to talk about his dominance. When people talk about Dirk Nowitzki, they're going to talk about he's his 7-footer who could basically shoot off of 1 foot. People are going to associate their moves so that way we are able to constantly remember who these players are.
yeah,
And the same thing with Michael Jordan.
players have signature moves. Like yeah, but that doesn't mean like okay. Let me read some of Multa's comments. Right, he had a lot of them.
Okay.
He says people will remember Jordan longer than Curry. Among young people, I don't know if that's true because, like I said, they see Curry now. All they probably read about Jordan, but they didn't see him play. And he's saying that Michael Jordan is the best player of all time. Just say it. Oh no, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna.
No. You see, Malta, this is the problem that this dude has, right? He knows in his heart that Michael Jordan is the best player of all time, but he tries to find any nook and cranny to make sure that he does not say it. But he knows at the end of the day that nobody could touch that dude. When it comes to his scoring, when it comes to his defense, when it comes to his leadership, when it comes to his signature moves, when it comes to his shoes, his legacy, all of that goes into equation. And yet he tries to find some way. But he's in the minority, so I'm not worried about that.
He also said they're not gonna come out of the womb knowing that, but they will when they are in their teens. Unless they have a course that says unless they're taking a course that says Michael Jordan, I don't buy that either. The players that are forgotten are John Starks and Clyde Drexler.
I agree with that.
Well, I mean, John Stark was a byproduct of the New York sports media. So, but New York fans are not going to forget about him because that was the only time. That was the only time. That's the last time they were relevant was when he was playing for them. And and again, this is why watching old games is that's why I like watching old games, because the funny thing is that Steve, let me ask you a question. Who got to the NBA Finals first, Clyde Drexler or Michael Jordan?
Um, I would say Clyde Drexler.
Yeah, yeah, and a lot of people were saying around that time
That he was
that
going to
Clyde
be
Drexler
at that,
was
yeah.
was the better of, not necessarily the better of the two,
But
but
he
he was
was
the one that his team saw more success earlier on. Even though Drexler didn't win a championship until he went to Houston, he was the one that was looked upon as being the more successful one early on because admittedly he was on a better team, right? But these things like context matters in this stuff. And he's talking naming some other guys, Chalmers. Now he's just trolling me at this point. He's just naming all Heat players now. Forgot. Now
good job, Mo.
And Udonis Haslam forgotten. I mean, listen, those guys are not going to be forgotten down here. Down here, they're not going to be forgotten.
Just LA just scored again.
Okay, yeah, they're up 14-0.
Yeah.
Okay, so you want to continue reading?
Yeah, let me
Yeah.
continue reading this because this article is not. See, this is all we have left, so it's not going to be long. So Wade goes on to say that the younger generation will one day forget about Jordan. Oh, look, a bunch of BS. But let me continue. Just as in recent years, basketball fans have seemed to forget about the legacy of Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, which I think is not true. Again, this is not true. Right now, people are still putting Kareem Abdul-Jabbar as either as the second best or at least top 5. Right now.
What?
Right now.
What?
Right now, we have people who put Kareem Abdul-Jabbar either second best or at least the top 5. Kareem.
Maybe, but that's me.
Kareem.
But let's be real. That's mainly because the decline of the center position in the sport.
Okay. Well, that still goes into his favor. That still goes into his favor. And again, when you
But what about point guards though?
what about them?
What about point guards?
What about them?
Do you think that people consider Gary Payton one of the greatest point guards of all time, or he got forgotten in history, or he's probably gonna get forgotten in history?
No, I think people
because his prime was in the 90s.
Yeah, I think people still remember who Gary Payton is.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Is he one of the greatest point guards of all time?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
No, you can't. You believe that.
Yeah.
You think that the younger generation is going to put him in the same category as a Damian Lillard, a Steph Curry. I mean, even someone like even someone like a James Harden. Even though I know he's not a traditional point guard.
I think
guys guys like him.
Steph Curry, no. Damian Lillard, yes.
I don't know. I feel like that's recency bias. I think that a lot of people I think people like Gary Payton get lost in history. I believe that because unless they're like a basketball head, they're not gonna appreciate the history, the past. They're not going to.
I think if you are a basketball fan, you are going to appreciate the history of the sport, regardless if if you are a casual, then obviously if Dwayne Wade was being specific and he said, okay, casual people who just watch the game, that don't really care about highlights, don't care about numbers and things like that. If he was talking about them, okay, yeah, sure, fine. But if you're talking about people who actually focuses on basketball, people who actually are fans, people who actually go to the games and consistently watch games, and
they're
not going to.
They can't do that for Michael Jordan games no more. They can't do that for Michael Jordan game. They can't do that for sooner or later. They're not going to be able to do that for LeBron James's games. Again, the only thing that they're going to have at their disposal is YouTube.
That was actually one of the points I was going to bring up. But before I do that, we are not going to have a conversation about the GOAT he explained. Now it's going to be the younger generation, and they're going to forget about Jordan like we forgot about Kareem. Again, nobody has forgotten about Kareem. Who's we? Who the hell is he talking about?
I guarantee you. I guarantee you. If you ask somebody who's a basketball fan, and they give you a list of top 5 players of all time, I guarantee you Kareem's not going to show up on a lot of these people's lists because they didn't watch him play.
We didn't watch him play either.
Yeah,
Millennials didn't watch him play either.
yeah, but at least his history. But his history was a lot more relevant then than it is now.
What?
It definitely was more relevant then than it was because it happened because during Jordan's prime, like Kareem was winning championships like 5 years before that. During Jordan's prime, like that stuff was readily available. Nowadays, like they don't go that far back when it comes to history. At least not to that level.
I don't know if I buy that. I don't know if I buy that because once again, us the millennials, we weren't alive when Kareem was winning championships at the time.
Yeah, actually, technically, I was, but I was.
No, you weren't. No, you weren't.
I was 3 when he won his. Well, I was 3 when he won his last one.
I don't think we were alive when he. His okay. You said his last one. No, I'm talking. Yeah. I'm just talking about. Watching him consistently. Win. You're just talking about that one particular year.
Okay, that's. I understand that, but like what I'm saying is that the history of like Kareem winning championships during like when when Jordan was in his prime, Kareem winning a championship was only a decade before that.
Okay, that's still we were not watching Kareem winning championships. Even if you're right, I'm gonna look that up. But even if you are right, we were not watching Kareem at all. No. At any point, there was no YouTube back then. We have to remember we didn't have internet back then either.
Understood.
We weren't reading newspapers.
People who watched him play, who we consume media differently now than we do now.
Those are not millennials.
But people who watched
those
him
are not
play,
millennials.
People who watched him play,
those are not millennials.
Let me finish. People who watched him play would tell you about his accomplishment. Would tell you about everything that he did for the sport. And also, it doesn't even, let's not negate the fact that Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was an influential figure in the black rights movement, civil rights movement when he was younger, and he was in movies. I think the thing that a lot of people, I think he used the wrong example.
Who did?
Dwayne Wade. If he had used Wilt Chamberlain, I think that would have been a better example. If he used Wilt Chamberlain, because obviously Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's legacy is higher, in my opinion, than Wilt Chamberlain. Even though Chamberlain's career, like you look at some of his when you look at his records, like that, those records are never ever going to be broken.
Exactly.
Never ever going to be broken.
You actually think that him being still leading, the whole entire, NBA in scoring, you think people are going to just forget that? Even if it does get beaten, which I don't think it will.
No.
He's still going to be in the top 2.
Top 2, Wilt Chamberlain?
No, I'm talking about Kareem.
I'm talking about Wilt Chamberlain. I'm talking about Wilt Chamberlain right now. I'm talking about Wilt Chamberlain. Like with the way guys shoot threes, I guarantee you in the next 50 years, Kareem will be in the top. Won't even be in the top 20.
That's
in scoring.
In scoring?
Yeah.
I don't buy that.
What do you mean you don't buy that?
I don't buy that.
If those guys stay healthy with the 3-point shooting that's been going on in the league, I guarantee you in the next 50 years he won't be in the top 20.
People are even with the threes being scored, people are not averaging 30 points per game. It doesn't matter.
That's fine, but more if you're averaging 2 more points for a longer period of time for a longer career, I guarantee you his record will his points record. I guarantee you. I think he is the points leader all time, right? I think he is the points leader of all time, right?
Yeah, he is.
Okay, I guarantee you that he won't be in the next.
And Carmelo is number 2.
Yeah, I guarantee you both those records will get beaten.
No, they won't.
Sooner rather than later.
Sooner
rather than later.
I don't think so because you still have to remember, they're not going to make all of those threes. They're not.
Okay.
They're not.
They're gonna make a lot more. They're gonna make a lot more than the guys in the past did. That's
fi-
that's
okay. That's fine. That's fine.
and look at someone like a Larry Bird, right? Larry Bird was considered one of the greatest 3-point shooters of all time, right? He like his I think the highest he ever made was 89 in a season. You got guys nowadays making 200 plus a year. Like like I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, like history is they're. Like, I'm not gonna say that they'll forget about the history, but what Dwayne Wade's saying is 100% true. These younger people are going to forget about the legacy of Michael Jordan. They're going to eventually. They're going to. The only thing that has going in his favor is YouTube and his shoes. You guys. The reason why you guys are like this is because you guys are stuck up on nostalgia,
Look, look,
and I
look,
get
look,
it.
look.
And I get it. Look, I have a hard time admitting that like I have a hard time admitting any quarterback is better than Dan Marino.
Are
Dan
you
Marino was putting.
serious?
Let me explain. Let me explain. Dan Marino was putting up all these numbers, before it became a thing. Before guys threw the ball 40, 50 times. Dan Marino was doing that. 40 plus touchdowns, Dan Marino was doing that before it became cool. Now every quarterback in the league does it. Every quarterback in the league does it. Like he's not in the top 5, top 10 in a lot of passing categories now. Why? Because you have guys like Tom Brady who play forever, and then you have guys like Drew Brees who play forever, and you got guys who throw the ball more. It's a passing league now. It's a passing league now. And therefore his legacy, his greatness gets lost on history. And it pisses me off to say it, but it's the facts.
I think it more so gets lost in history because he didn't win anything. That's why.
Okay, that's fine, but that's true to an extent. But if he won just one, you think that his legacy is not? You think that his legacy is just is gonna stay intact forever?
If he had won, a championship or two, yes.
I don't think so. Here, yes. All down here, 100. He's a legend now. We really haven't been able to replace him ever since. We haven't been able to. You know what I'm saying? But like that doesn't mean that his legacy is gets, I guess, denigrated because of all the success of all the other quarterbacks that's come before him. Like
I
the
mean,
Drew Brees, like, I'm not even talking about even the top guys. I'm talking about guys like, look at guys like Kirk Cousins now putting up these type of numbers. Derek Carr puts up these type of numbers. Like guys who are, I don't want to say average, but they're not on the same level. They're second tier quarterbacks putting up Dan Marino numbers. When Dan Marino was putting up those numbers, he was the number one QB, number one statistically, number one. But now, because the game has changed, you have all these guys, all these second tier quarterbacks putting up the same numbers. The same thing is happening in basketball. The
no,
same thing is happening in
like
basketball.
the whole thing in football. You still had guys even before then. Like Brett Favre, for example, that was still putting out great numbers even before the league, before it was a quarterback league.
Okay, no, yeah,
Brett Favre was already doing that.
yeah, that's fine. But there was no one putting up the numbers that Marino was putting up. Nobody. And now everyone did it. Like from Brady to Manning to even guys who we don't even think are any good are putting up those type of numbers. It is what it is, man. Like and again, I'm not trying to say, I'm not trying to trash Jordan. I know you think that, and I'm sure Malta thinks that, but I think he's mainly just trolling me. It's not about trash. It's not about trashing Jordan. You guys gotta get over
Hmm.
that.
No,
It's
no,
not about what it
you
is a realization that the younger generation are going to look at the guys who they grew up watching. Like especially if you're a Golden State fan. If you're a Golden State fan, you're 10, 11 years old, and you're looking and you're watching this dude and Steph Curry put up all these numbers, putting up all these records, winning you championships. Like, why would he think that Jordan's better? Why would he? Like, why would he? like to me, the greatest player that I've ever watched was I was look. Let me put it to you like this, right? To
You
me,
better, you better not.
Dwayne Wade is my favorite athlete of all time. My favorite athlete of all time.
Only because
Right?
he's in Miami. Go ahead.
Yeah, no shit. No shit. Like
only because he's in Miami.
Because unlike you, I actually have a favorite team.
It's
I
only
don't just jump from superstar to superstar.
it's only because he plays in Miami.
I don't jump from superstar to superstar.
You being
like
biased.
I don't jump from like I actually have a home team. I actually have a favorite team in basketball. I actually have a favorite team, and my favorite player on my favorite team was Dwayne Wade. Right? Because he gave me the stuff that I didn't have. He gave me a championship. He gave me good basketball down here.
Wait. So Alonzo Mourning didn't give you good
No,
basketball?
he did. He did.
Hardaway didn't give you good basketball?
He did, but they didn't win championships.
Okay, they were always contenders.
Okay, that's fine, but they didn't win a championship.
Okay, but
Dwayne Wade won the championship.
Unfortunately, Dwayne Wade didn't have Michael Jordan to worry about.
Okay,
that's why.
No shit. Okay, and
all right.
Okay, and like, when was he? Wait, he should return the championship now?
No, I'm just saying. You're saying, oh well, those guys didn't win championships. You just have to acknowledge that that's how good Michael Jordan is.
Okay, but they also lost. They also lost to the Knicks 3 years out of 4. Did that have anything to do with Michael Jordan?
No, but Jordan beat them.
Okay.
But Jordan beat them.
Huh?
But Jordan beat the Knicks though.
Okay, no shit, he beat the Knicks.
Yeah.
But you're saying, because he didn't have to contend with Michael Jordan. No, the team that we couldn't get over was not Jordan. It was the Knicks.
Y'all lost against Jordan 4-1.
Yeah, we did.
Okay.
We did. But then the next couple of years we lost to the Knicks.
I could have sworn y'all beat the Knicks on one time.
The 97. That was the year before we had to face Jordan.
Yeah. But we're going off track. What was you going to say?
Like, ultimately, like, what Dwayne Wade is saying to me, what Dwayne Wade is saying is absolutely a fact. Younger eyes are not going to remember Jordan the same way that we do.
Okay, but
we watched them play. They didn't.
Oh, that's fine. But there's still players that we didn't watch play. That the millennials, we didn't watch play.
Okay.
And you have millennials that are saying that Jordan is the best. You have Generation Z that's saying that Jordan is the best. Hell, you have Generation X and baby boomers are saying that Jordan is better. And they watched basketball before Jordan. If you want to talk about the baby boomers, they're saying that Michael Jordan is the best player. So why can't that constantly get passed down for the next generation? Why?
Because they didn't watch him play.
Okay. Haven't you realize that the baby boomers and Generation X did not have internet. There was no YouTube. Like you said, there was no YouTube. We have YouTube. Regardless, now. We have.
You're always going to think. Look. You're always going to think that your generation is better than the previous generation. Some people may think differently, but normally most people will think that their generation was better than the previous. It's just what it is. Like, you think I can listen to music now and the music today? Absolutely not. I can barely listen to the music of my time. But I can't listen to this garbage music now. I can't do it.
That's the difference, though.
No, it's not different. It's not different.
When it comes to music,
it's not different.
When it comes to music, you have the younger generation still like to listen to old music. You still have the younger generation. You still have the generation Z. You have guys still prefer to watch old cartoons like Tom and Jerry.
You don't know that.
Yeah, you do.
You're just assuming because that's what you do. That's what you do. You just assume that everyone else does what you do.
No, that's not true.
How is it not true?
That's not true.
How is it not true?
That's not true. If that was the case, people wouldn't care about old shows or old music. We talked about this.
People who care about that stuff are people who grew up watching that stuff.
That's not true.
Yes, it is.
Oh, for goodness sakes, man.
Yes, it is. You think that everyone thinks the same way that you think. That's why you believe that.
I think you're doing that. But let me finish. One more time. we are not going to have the conversation about the GOAT. He explained. Now it's going to be the younger generation, and they're going to forget about Jordan like we forgot about Kareem. I already debunked this. Let's continue.
But continue.
I did. As for who he thinks is the GOAT, Wade maintained that he still rides with MJ, who's a millennial guy. Let me finish. Let me finish reading.
No.
Let me finish reading.
Go ahead.
Let me finish reading.
Go ahead.
Wade maintained that he still rides with MJ, while admitting that LeBron James is going to be the GOAT for a lot of generations. This is where I wanted to get to. This is now, mind you, I did not read this article. I'm reading this article along with you and along with Malta. And I am going to tell you this right now. To tell you this right now. The only reason why Dwayne Wade is saying this,
oh my God,
is because he's friends with LeBron James. That's why he's saying this.
I think he also played against him too.
That's why he's saying
he also played with him and played against him also.
Which actually goes into my favor with this point.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. Because
he grew up in Chicago watching Jordan, and he became obviously he's friends with LeBron. Because
he's best friends with LeBron James, of course he's going to say that. That was what my next point was going to be. The only reason why Dwayne Wade is saying this is because bias. He is friends with LeBron James. That's it. How the hell are you going to tell me that people are going to forget who Michael Jordan is? That people are no longer going to say that Michael Jordan is the best player, but yet you, Wade, says that MJ is still the best player in the whole entire league.
In his opinion. It's his opinion.
But yet you want to come here on this podcast, and you want to declare that people are going to forget who Michael Jordan is. When I had already mentioned you to you having about the shoes, where people
I bought the shoes up first. Cut the BS. I bought up the shoes first.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
Okay, listen. I thought I did when I mentioned Chris Broussard, but go ahead. I mean, my bad. People want to buy the shoes that Michael Jordan played in. In order for you to identify what those shoes are, you have to know who Michael Jordan is.
That's not true. It
is.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What do you mean? No, it's not. That's a fact.
If you're looking for retro Jordan, do you need to see highlights of him to know what they are?
In order for you to know what shoes he played in Chicago, obviously you have to know who Michael Jordan is. Now let me finish. We're almost done. All of us have our own individual opinions. LeBron is going to be the GOAT for a lot of generations. Jordan will be my GOAT. I made it out to the hood because I've seen a dude number 23 play the game of basketball at a level where I was like, I want to do that. I want to do some of that. And I think we're finished here.
So your problem problem is that you're upset that he said that LeBron James would be the GOAT for other people, for a younger generation. That's what you're upset about?
No. I believe, obviously this is this pure speculation. I believe. Let me finish. Do it. Come on. You I think you interrupted me enough. I believe that the only reason why Dwayne Wade is saying this is because he one day wants LeBron James to be, the GOAT. That's why.
You're speculating.
That's why. That's why.
You're speculating.
That's why.
You're speculating.
That's fine. That's why.
No. You know what?
That's why.
Oh
look. You are a huge Dwayne Wade fan, and I knew you was going to defend him to the T.
And I already told you. I don't care who said it. What he's saying is 100% true. It makes sense.
It does not make any sense.
Yes, it does make sense.
If we did not have YouTube, I would understand.
No, it's not about YouTube. It's not. No. Listen, look. You've been talking for 20 minutes. Let me talk now. All right, it's my time to talk. All right, you've been talking enough. Let me talk. We already went through this. Even with YouTube, right? what if you're watching games live? You're watching guys who are playing now. You're watching guys who are breaking records now. You're watching guys who are cementing themselves now. Just because you watch a goddamn highlight video doesn't mean that you're just automatically going to assume, oh, this guy's the best, this guy's the best, this guy's the best. It don't work that way.
Yeah, it does.
It may work for some random teenager, but it don't work. It don't work that way all the time.
Yeah,
Well,
it does.
like, let me ask you a question.
Historical figures still matter.
Where do you put Oscar Robertson in your top point guards of all time?
Of all time?
Yeah, go ahead, lie to me right now. Where do you put him in? When was the last time you thought about Oscar Robinson?
No, I haven't. I haven't.
You haven't, right? Why is that?
Nah, I don't really pay attention to him that much.
Then why? But why?
No, I just don't.
Why?
I just don't.
No, why? Give me an actual
no,
answer.
No, because I know what
no, because the thing I'm putting you in a box right now.
No, there's no box.
I close the door or you close the door. Either way, you're in the box.
You're trying to name somebody who I know for a fact that you don't care about either.
No, but here's my point. You know
exactly.
What I do. But you know who I do know. What I do know about Oscar Robinson is that one of the greatest point guards of all time never gets mentioned in point guard GOAT conversation. He doesn't. Why? Because the people who watched him play, who saw how great he is, those people are dying off. Those people are dying off. And sooner or later, even with all the shoes, even with all the merchandise, with all the stuff that's behind the brand, those people who saw Michael Jordan play in his prime, those people are eventually going to die off too. Just like the people who are going to watch who watch LeBron James, who've seen him in his prime, are going to die off sooner or later. Obviously not later. Well, not sooner, but later down the line. Same thing go with Steph Curry. Same thing go with any future superstar. That is just how it's how life is. It's just how life is. Now, with the tools of YouTube and other and stuff like that, you do get those guys whose careers were on TV. Their history are easier to preserve. I agree with you.
That's my whole point. That's the whole point.
But my overall point,
the fact that we have access to all of these things now.
Not everything,
the fact that people are able to still follow Jordan and his games now on IG. We have access to these things now. And because we have access to these things now, it's easier for us to persuade to us who the best player is and how these people are still recognizable and how we can still appreciate all the things that they have done in the past. They couldn't do that. They couldn't do that with Will Chamberlain back then. They couldn't do that with Bill Russell back then. We could do those things now. Unfortunately, even though we could do those things now, we can't. There's no highlights of Will Chamberlain. There's no highlights of Bill Russell and all these other guys. But we still have highlights of what people have been doing in the 90s. That's the difference.
Okay, but the same thing can go for Dan Marino as well. And I guarantee you, a lot of football people, especially younger generation, are not going to have Dan Marino on their list. You're not going to.
Stop naming Dan Marino. He didn't win anything. He didn't win anything. So that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Even in his prime. Remember, the Dolphins actually used to be a national team. They actually used to be a relevant team before 2002. All right, like he was the consensus number one quarterback in the league. Even when Montana was winning championships, everyone said the best quarterback in the league was Dan Marino. And you can watch his game on YouTube. You can watch his game on YouTube, but yet how many people are going to say that he's the greatest of all time? Nobody.
Because he didn't win.
No, even if he won one, they're not going to say it. Even if he won one, he's not going to say it. You're not going to say it.
You don't know that.
I wish I lived in that world, but I don't. You consider Karl Malone to be the great one of the greatest power forwards of all time, right?
Sure.
He didn't win jack shit either.
But he's not the number one guy.
Is he gonna be number two? Is he gonna be number three?
He's not number two either.
Of course. Is he gonna be? Because at one point he was.
No,
They
no,
were they were
no,
they
no,
were they
no,
were
no,
they were
why?
no they
Because
were
there
they
were
were no
because
no
there were
because
guys
they
that were
were not
actually better.
they were, huh?
Yeah, because we had guys that were
Oh,
actually did better. We guys
who?
guys like Tim Duncan, guys
And
like
wait.
guys
I'm
like
talking
Kevin
about in his
Garnett
prime. I'm talking about in his prime. In Karl Malone's prime, was there anybody that was better than him?
in his prime. No,
Okay, and the same thing like I'm saying the same thing about Marino.
no, you can't say the same
Uh,
thing
yeah, you can. Yeah, you
Marino.
can. Yeah,
No,
you
you can't.
can. Yeah, you can.
Both guys didn't win anything.
Okay, no shit. Both guys didn't win anything, but in their time, in their prime, they were considered the best at their position.
Okay, but now we
And
have
and
guys
they,
who
and
are
they
better.
and they will get lost in history.
We have guys who are better. That's the difference.
I
We
no
have we have
okay.
we have Kevin Garnett, who's better. We have Tim Duncan, who's better. In NFL, we have guys like Brett Favre, who's better. We have Peyton Manning, who's better. That's the difference.
No, it's
That's
not.
the
No, it's
difference.
not. No, it's not different. No, it's not.
You
No, it's
got
not
guys who
different.
were better and guys who actually
No, that's not
won.
different. That's not
Guys
different.
who
No,
actually won
that's not different. No,
championships.
that's not. That's
Guys who
not
actually
different.
won
That's not
championships.
different. That's not different.
Yeah, it
That's not
is.
different. At the
Yeah.
end of the day, those guys get lost in history because of the sheer fact that the people who watched them play in their prime are dying off.
It does not matter.
That's my
It
point.
still get it still
No,
gets
no,
passed down.
no, it
The, the,
doesn't.
the,
No, it
the,
doesn't.
the,
No, it
the,
doesn't.
these
No,
are
it doesn't.
we're
No,
talking
it doesn't.
about
No, it doesn't.
iconic figures who are constantly going to get passed down from generation to generation. Okay,
And I'm
that's
telling
the
you
fact.
and I'm telling you that's
That's
not
the fact.
that's not
That's why he will always
unless
be.
unless their dad was obsessively supportive of those guys, I'm telling you that's not going to happen. And if it happens, it's going to be less and less as generations go by. It just is.
Listen to me. He has shoes that people will constantly buy from the next generation to the next. You can't say that with any other
And
player.
what's he going to be known more for?
Player.
And what's he going to be known more for?
As the best basketball player.
No, he's going to be known for the shoes from the young generation. He's going to be known for the shoes.
And that he
just like how Madden was with the game, the same thing's going to happen with Jordan. I'm telling you, the same thing's going to happen with Jordan.
Yeah, I don't buy that. That's your opinion, and that's fine. That's your opinion, and that's fine. But if you are going to fail to recognize that we have access to all these things now, not the baby boomers, not Generation X, but how we have access to these things now, and you still fail to see how that will help assist of making these iconic figures continue to be relevant to the next generation, then you are the one that's blinded right here. You're the one that's blind, and you are the one that's in denial.
You can put a highlight reel for any basketball player out there. You can do that for any basketball player out there. Excuse me. You can. You can do it for Charles Barkley. You can do it for Gary Payton. You can do it with Sean Kemp. You can do it with Scottie Pippen. You can do it with any great player.
And none of those things were just as amazing what Jordan could do.
I wouldn't go that far.
We have the same guy who gets triple teamed and still able to find a way to score.
Dude, come on. Anybody can do that.
Okay, sure. All right. Yeah. Now you're trying to diminish everything.
No, I'm not trying to diminish.
Just so we could fit into your, biased opinion.
What's my opinion? What's my opinion?
For Dwayne Wade.
What's my opinion?
That's all that's doing.
What's my opinion?
I already debunked everything what you said.
What did I say?
The fact that we have YouTube and that we have IG, that we have everything, so we could continue to follow history easier. That we don't have to go to the library and buy books to figure out who these players are. The fact that we don't have to go read old newspapers.
So you thought YouTube more than in the library.
We have Facebook. We have
YouTube more than the library.
All right. Stop. Let me finish.
All right, go ahead.
We have all of these things where it is a lot easier to identify who these players are. We obviously have people who are the generation before us, the baby boomers, the Generation X, and obviously, us and people who are older than us, who are still millennials. And we continue to pass those things down to the next generation. But it's easier for Jordan than anybody else because of the shoes, because of the merchandise, because all the records that he continues to hold till this day.
And those records that he holds are going to get broken. Those records that he holds are gonna get broken.
It still hasn't been broken yet. I don't think.
What record does he hold?
He holds a lot of records.
What record?
Who I think he has he's like what, top 2 in the most MVPs? Isn't he top 2?
How many MVPs does he have? I think he has 6.
He has. I thought it was 5.
I mean, there were some years where he should have won where they gave it to somebody else. But
yeah, in my opinion, he should have won. He should have won way more than 6. In my opinion.
Yeah, it's fair. But I do think that record is gonna get broken someday. I do think that record is gonna get broken. Like the record that I can think of that you haven't mentioned is the points in the playoff game, which is 63 that he did against Boston. And I guarantee, and I'm telling you, that record will be broken someday.
I don't think so.
I do think so.
And I don't think
the way like and all that because why? Because people shoot threes more now than ever, and the game is played at a higher pace now than it ever was.
I don't think people are going to break that record. I don't think people are going to break. I don't think we're not going to see as many MVP winners. I don't think people are going to be. We will never see another 6-0 ever again either.
6-0 what?
Championships.
As opposed to a guy in his past who won 11.
No, Rush. Huh?
As opposed to Russell who won 11.
You just said, dude, why would you bring him up when you just said earlier that there was no competition back then and we don't have any highlights of him playing?
I know the historic nature of Russell winning 11 championships, but at the end of the day, he won 11 championships. You keep putting up, Jordan 6-0, that will never be broken. There's a guy who won 11 and you don't give a shit. You don't care.
6-0 that we are able to see. 6-0 that we are able to recognize. 6-0 that we are all able to watch.
If someone recognized 11-0 and said that he was the best of all time, then what are you going to tell him? If someone says, "Oh, well, Russell won 11," well, what are you going to tell him?
Lack of competition, like you said. If you want to hold back and take that back now, go ahead.
I'm not taking nothing back.
All right. So that's irrelevant then.
But no.
It's
But
irrelevant.
what you're doing, you're
irrelevant.
You're nitpicking stats to make
it's irrelevant.
You're nitpicking stats to go in your favor, because you said that what matters is championships, right?
That I named championships. I named MVPs.
You say that championships matter.
I said championships. I said MVPs. I said points. Well, you said points. There's a whole combo.
I don't know.
A combination of points.
I don't think there were MVPs back in Russell's day. I don't think they did.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
All right, then
but those still help being
memorable. But even if they did, who you think was gonna win a lot of those? It was gonna be Russell, right? Let's say if he won 7, does that make him better than Micheal Jordan?
No. I think the people that was going to win I think it was going to be Russ and Will Chamberlain.
Okay, but let's say for example, let's say that he won 7. Does that make him better than Micheal Jordan?
7 MVPs?
Yeah.
No, because we still would have used the same example as he didn't have any competition. That would still stick.
Understood. But at the end of the day, he won 7. 7 is more than 6, and what you're doing, you're just picking stats.
That's what you're doing.
No, I'm not doing none of that. I'm not doing that.
You're flip flopping.
I'm not flip flopping.
Mm-hmm.
All I'm saying is that what you're doing. You're just picking numbers so that you can have them in your favor. That's what you're doing.
How am I doing that when I said already? How many times do I have to keep telling you? You're not listening. That's the problem. You're not listening. We have access to history now. We
always have access to history. We can't
watch Kareem. I already told you this. We cannot watch Kareem. Not Kareem. We cannot watch Bill Russell or Will Chamberlain. We can't watch those guys.
But their records and everything like that they're all in the books. Whether you read it or you watch it, it's all the same.
Okay, but you still have people who would want to see what these numbers portray. You know what I'm saying? Like you still want people to see it.
It's not their fault that TV wasn't accessible like that in the 60s. It's not their fault.
But the fact are, if you're going to mention that Steph Curry and all these other people, the reason why they are going to be relevant now is because people get to see them play.
They're seeing them play right now while they're growing up.
Right. So the people who are able
and being able, and the most impressionable when you are is when you grow up. Yes or no?
That's fine. But at the end of the day,
No,
when
you
you have access,
no, wait. I'll let you talk. But you say it's fine when you know you don't have a comeback. When you're most
oh my
impressionable,
goodness, man,
you're most impressionable when you're younger. Yes or no?
you're
Don't say this
most
fine. You just say yes or no. You
wait
don't have
what?
to agree with me. You are most impressionable. You're most likely to gain all your fandom when you're younger. Yes or no?
Not always.
I mean, not always, but normally, yes, that's true.
No, not always.
Most of the stuff that I love was back in the day, back when I was younger.
Yeah, but that. Come on, that's anecdotal. Having come on, you
Oh,
know
come
better than
on.
that. You know better than that. Well, read the comments because I think we're pretty much done with the. Obviously, we're not. You're not going to.
We're not going to agree on this, so we might as well end it now. Gary Payton was better than Lillard and
Thank
Harden.
you, thank you, thank you. Well, wait, I don't know. I don't know about Harden, but Leonard, yes.
No, no, I don't think so. I mean, Lillard is a much better offensive player than Gary Payton was a defensive player.
Mm,
He said that LeBron is going to pass Kareem. I think he's going to pass Kareem also.
as
When
far
it
as
comes to
points,
point scored, yeah.
no, he's not. He's been injured. Way too. He has been consistently injured, and he's going to continue to get injured from here
Well,
on
I
in.
mean, how
So
far? Let me see how far off they are in points.
he's far. He's at least way over 3,000 points.
Let me see.
He's not even going to pass Karl Malone.
Let me see. He's number 3.
I know like I said, he didn't pass Karl Malone. I just said that.
He's number 3.
He didn't pass Karl Malone, which means I'm right.
Hold on a second. Let me see. Okay. All right. So let me put it to you. Let me put it to you like this, right?
Aren't you guys look? Have enough. Stop doing that. If you are going to make a point, at least give us a visual.
All right, fine. Because I'm telling you, bro, you're gonna get owned so hard by this.
I'm already winning. Go ahead.
No, you're not. You are not winning.
Yeah, because how am I not winning when you are helping me use these points of the access to stuff that we have? But go ahead.
No, like my point is that the generation before that watched these guys play are going to die off. That's my point.
Even if they
They're
die
going to die off.
you could still
And
watch.
okay. It don't matter if you watch a highlight or not or something like that's not going to give you the full context of how good they were.
They have full games.
Okay, they have full. Yeah, I watch full games. You know how hard it is to watch. You know how hard it is to watch a basketball game back in the 90s.
If it's hard for you, that's sad.
No, it is hard for me.
It's not hard for me because it's a completely different game. I would much rather watch the games back then than people shooting threes all day. Are you kidding me?
I agree, but even still, it's hard.
Are you kidding me?
It's hard. I'm telling you, it's hard, bro. I'm telling you, it's hard.
You are kidding. You're absolutely kidding me, man. Right now.
Okay, right. Okay, let's look at the points that. Let's look at it right here, right? LeBron James right now, he is.
Yeah, he's number 3, like you said.
Yeah, he's third. He's going to pass. He's gonna pass Karl Malone this year. He's gonna pass Karl Malone this year.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's only 700 points behind Malone. So
yeah, I don't think he's going to, because I'm pretty sure he's not going to be. If he would make it, to the finals, I would probably.
No, do finals count? I don't do playoffs count? I don't think they do. Do they?
I could have sworn that they do.
All right. Well, I'll figure. We'll figure that out later. If we don't do it this year, he'll definitely do it by next year.
Yeah, but even still, that's not enough. You're still talking. At the very least, 2,500 points to.
Yeah, but most players, I think most players can in a season can get at least 1,500. Let me do the math on this.
Yeah, but LeBron James, he's not in his prime anymore. And again,
but you see, that dude's still playing well. That dude's still playing well.
Yeah, he's still playing well, but I think he's just going to continue to get injured from here on in.
We'll see. Okay, all right. Let me do the math on that. I'm doing this on my phone. So 1,500 divided by 82. That's 18 points a game, right? That's pretty much 18 points a game if he plays 82 games. Now,
and you know he's not gonna play 82 games.
yeah, that's true. That's true. But just to get to 1,500, he's probably gonna have to play at least another 2 or 3 years, and I think he can do that. I think he can, even if he doesn't play every game, even if he doesn't play every game.
You think he's going to play when he's 40?
Yeah, I think so.
No, I don't think he's going to play until he's 40. I
think so. But he's in reach. Like he's in reach. And then look at and then if you keep scrolling down, right? You scroll down, you have Carmelo Anthony. Like I'm looking at the active players. You have Carmelo, who I don't think he's gonna get much higher than this.
Wait, where is he right? Where is he right now? Since you mentioned
he's ninth.
He's right. Hold on. Stop scrolling real quick. Let me go I don't think he's going to pass Shaquille O'Neal.
No, he's not. I don't know. Maybe
actually, you know what? He has a chance,
but he needs. He's down by 1,000.
Dude, that's tough. I don't even know if he's going to play next year.
I mean, if he can average like 600 points a year, then I think he can do it for 2 years. I think he can do it.
That's tough for his age because I don't think he's even is he averaging to at least 20 points per game? I don't think so.
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. But I'm looking at active players.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have Kevin Durant who's in the top 20. He's in the top 25, and he's still. I think he's still got like 8-9 years left in him.
Oh, I don't know about 9 years.
8-9. Yeah, I mean the way he's playing, I think he'll play for a long time. It depends on if he wants to do it or not. But look, he's in the top 20. He's in the top 23, and he's the only one here that hasn't played 1,000 games yet. Like, he hasn't even played 1,000 games yet, and that's a lot of that is due to the new age of basketball with the 3-point shooting.
I think it's. But if he hasn't played 1,000 games, that means injuries was probably the reason.
Oh, obviously, because I know he was out for like a year, obviously with the Achilles. But yeah, okay. So
I think that's it.
Yeah. No, wait, hold on. I'm looking here. Obviously, Wade is in the top 30. Harden's 32.
Okay, yeah, but Harden's not going to catch up with those guys.
You don't think so?
I don't think he's going to go to the top 5. I don't think so.
The way that he scores, like to me, I think a lot of this has to do with how long those guys play.
I agree.
Like that's gonna matter. How long they play, right? Like to me, I like.
Is that it? Yeah. See, Chris Paul. Chris Paul's not gonna go.
Yeah. He's not gonna go there. And then you have, Joe Johnson's on this list. LaMarcus Aldridge.
No, he's not.
It stops at 50 with Bernard King.
Okay.
So my overall point. Let me read some of the stuff. Let me see. He obviously grew up a Westbrook fan, and he said that he watched cartoons until he was 20. He said I prefer the ones that came out when I was a child, and even the ones from 1990s. So ultimately, all I'm saying is this:
even the 1990s, he prefers that. Those are the things that millennials was watching. That's what I was trying to tell you. That a lot of people still like to watch the old classic cartoons.
I mean, a lot of people do, but I guarantee you, the average kid is gonna prefer the new stuff.
I don't know, because the newer cartoons now, you could tell that the artists and are and the programmers are being lazy.
But they don't know that.
They're not as as detailed. They just look cheap.
But they don't know that. They don't know that.
They'll know that when they see the comparison from the cartoons back in the day.
I mean, maybe. Or they can just see it just looking old, the animation not good, they don't get the jokes or nothing like that. I'm telling you, man, like a lot of people don't think the same way that we do. They don't think the same way. And I'll give you the perfect example. I'll look at the Simpsons. For me, when I watched the Simpsons when I was younger, I laughed at the stuff that I got. I laughed at the sophomoric stuff, like the physical comedy. As I got older, as I, obviously, you learn more about history, and a lot of the jokes that flew over my head when I was younger, I found that funny now when I was older. Like it just depends on the individual. But I also believe that most people prefer most kids prefer the stuff that they grew up with than looking at the past. And I'm not saying it don't happen. I'm saying that I think that most kids would prefer to watch the stuff that they grew up with. Like with me, like the Miami Heat teams were team. I love watching the Miami Heat play, but they weren't winners. I still cheer for them. I still obviously I have all great memories of the way of Tim Hardaway and Alonzo Mourning and Rashawn Leonard and
PJ Brown.
Dan Marley, yeah, PJ Brown. I love those teams. I love those teams. But the team got Miami over the hump was led by Dwayne Wade, Shaquille O'Neal, and Antoine Walker. Those guys.
Yeah, Posey and
Yeah,
yeah. But remember, those guys actually won. So obviously, it meant more to you because they actually
yeah.
won.
Yeah, but I always appreciate those players because they're the first really good Heat team that we had. They're the first like 'cause the Heat team before we were just not good.
Yeah,
We weren't
I think
good.
you're taking that too far by saying
No,
that.
we weren't good. Like we went to the playoff a couple years. One year we got swept by the Bulls. Another year we went 5 games against the Hawks, and it was just like we weren't good until Alonzo Mourning until they made the trade for Alonzo Mourning, which pissed me off because Glenn Rice was my favorite Heat player at the time.
Yeah,
So ultimately, my overall point, at least for me, I understand what Dwayne Wade is saying. I get what he's trying to say. Like I don't think he needs to put like he knows that LeBron James is in the GOAT conversation. Like every time we always put those two in the conversation of who's the greatest of all time, LeBron or Jordan. Like
yeah,
everyone knows that.
yeah.
Everyone knows.
But there we have NBA players who don't even put LeBron James ahead of Kobe, Magic, or Kareem for that matter.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. But like that doesn't mean that he don't deserve to be up there. And that doesn't mean that like kids nowadays, like people nowadays, they look at a guy like Steph Curry as someone that they're emulating. You know what I mean? Like if you're emulating a guy, people are gonna think that he's the best at something at some day. Like it just how it is. It's just how life goes. It's just how it is.
Do you think kids think Steph Curry is the best player right now?
Yeah, I think a lot of people, if you're trying to emulate how he plays, yeah, you have to think that he's great at something. You know what I mean? Like most kids nowadays want to play like Steph Curry. And I'm telling you, as he continues to play and continues to play well and continues to rack up records and stuff like that, yeah, that like his legacy is gonna grow and grow and grow. I'm telling you.
Yeah. I think kids do want to play like Steph, but I do think
Yeah,
kids also like to try to play like James Harden also.
yeah, just falling after they shoot threes.
No, not the falling. I'm talking about the dribbling that he does,
The
and
traveling,
I think people,
travel.
everybody travels now. The league has gone so soft with the whole traveling stuff. Everybody's traveling now.
Well,
They're not being as strict, which I think because I think now you could even carry the ball now. I think now you could carry.
I don't know, but
Yeah,
uh,
so I think they've been real lenient, with the whole carrying and traveling, with the step back and all the other stuff. But I think people are trying to play more like Steph, more like James Harden, and more like Kyrie, with all the fancy dribbling and things like that. But yeah, Steph Curry is like the top guy.
yeah, and I guarantee you, like when he get like, and because you saw the same projection when it came to Jordan when he was winning those championships. People like he was in all the commercials. He was in everything. He was in everything,
Yeah.
and it's a lot easier to be iconic back in those days than it is now. Like obviously because people's attention spans are shorter. But I'm telling you, man, like people want to play. Like I'm telling you, man, like I get what Dwayne Wade's saying. I get what he's saying.
No, look, I completely understand what he's trying to say because the generation he believes are just going to forget, like how we forgotten, people who we didn't watch.
Yeah,
But
like
I
Oscar
think,
Robinson.
but I believe, in my personal opinion, that social media, internet, all that stuff changes it now. I think because of the internet and because of social media, it changes. It made a shift to
It
where
helps.
it makes it
It
easier
helps.
to retain iconic figures back then. It's a lot
I think I
easier
think
now.
I think it helps. I think it helps. I do think it helps. But I still think that without full context of what you're watching, I don't think you can have the same appreciation than what you're watching currently. I don't think you have that same appreciation because you're living through it. You're living through it at the moment. Like with everything going on with LeBron when LeBron came down here with Wade and Bosh, like we lived through it. Those times would never I would never forget those times because I lived through it. Like I can't appreciate how great Jordan was in his early years because I didn't watch him play in his early years.
No,
All I know is him. All I know is him. You know, through history, know about him scoring 63 points. Him, him struggling against the Pistons all those years after he got the team. Finally, he got his team over the hump, and then having to run through a brick wall called the Detroit Pistons. Like I didn't realize any of that until I started watching documentaries and the 30 for 30s and stuff like that.
yeah, like I started watching it more when when we could finally watch games on YouTube, and I was looking at other games and I was just like, wow, this dude is just simply amazing. Like because again, there are things that we were able to witness that we're not going to be able to see in the next generation, or that the generation is simply just going to miss. Which is why I brought up certain signature moves from Kareem, or people are not going to remember how when Isaiah Thomas, when he was injured, he was still able to score. People are not going to remember those things, like Dirk Nowitzki with his
No,
one foot shot.
and look at Isaiah Thomas for example. Like when you look at his career, he's not in the top 50 in scoring, not in the top 50 in scoring,
Mm-hmm.
right? But you can if you go to Detroit, if you ask them who the greatest point guard they ever watched, especially those who grew up watching him, they're all gonna say Isaiah.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna say Isaiah. Like I'm telling you, like I just think that and we'll get off this because we still have two more topics. My mouth is sore, my throat is sore, and we still got two more topics. But like I'm telling you, man,
Oh man.
people have a greater appreciation of what they watch when they're living through it. When they live through it, like it's one thing to go through YouTube and watch it, and you can appreciate a guy's greatness from watching highlight videos, right? Like you can definitely do that, but to get the full context of what was going on at the time, what they were going through, the narrative behind what they were doing, and the media that was going on around there, you don't get that same thing watching it on YouTube. That's all I'm trying to say. You don't get the same thing going watching it on YouTube.
Yeah, I
The
get it.
whole scope of it. The whole scope of it.
Yeah, I get it. I just still feel like, since we still have access to it, that we could still get a glimpse of what they went through back then. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, all right. So Malta asked, what were y'all gonna say about Xbox? Well, there you go. Here's your turn.
Yeah. Oh, it was already. Let me see. Yeah, Malta. Yeah, this was a very long topic, so I don't know if you're going to leave, but yeah, we're gonna go to Xbox right now. So let me share this.
Oh, FY LA's up 21-0. So
Yeah. I saw the. I cannot believe what I'm watching right now. It's hard to pay attention, but All right, this is basically another topic that I wanted to discuss.
mhm,
Basically about Xbox. Boss says Xbox Live is not a free speech platform. Now,
mhm,
obviously, I need to get to the article real quick because we're approaching 3 hours.
mhm.
But what I want to say is how disappointed I am when I saw this and I said to you, I really need to talk about this, because when you have opportunities to go to any type of social media, including online, as long as you're not being violent, you're not constantly committing some type of harassment, these platforms, you should be able to talk at whatever topic that interests you, you should be able to talk about it as long as you're being respectful to people. But clearly, this is something different. So
I don't know if it's something different, but go read the article.
all right. So while Xbox Live is a place where gamers can connect with one another, Xbox boss Phil Spencer does not want it to be used as a tool for politics. See, this is what I was talking about.
Okay, I didn't read that part. Let me see.
I'm surprised you didn't read that part. That's what I was talking
I
about.
heard about it, but I didn't read. I didn't read that part.
Well, that's what I was talking about. Like, as long as you're not being violent, towards people, you should be able to say whatever it is that you want. But let me continue. During an interview with New York Times, Spencer was asked about past comments by Steve Bannon, former chief strategist. Wait, President Trump. Okay, yeah, President Trump. Bannon previously stated that gaming communities could be sought as a tool to build support for Trump's policies. Spencer's reply to interview Kara Swisher,
Yeah.
stating that Xbox Live is meant to be a place for gamers. The service is not intended as a place for politics or total freedom of speech, and there are no plans for that to change. Okay,
Wait, hold on. Hold on a second. Let me say scroll up a little bit.
scroll up.
Yeah, just a little bit, not too much. Let me read that part again because I apologize. I got a message from my cousin regarding a PS5. I'll send you that I'll send you that message too when we're done with this. Um, why was he asked about Oh, okay. And okay, I see what he said. Okay, go ahead, continue.
Well, fill me in. Well, what was it that confused you at first?
No, okay, I didn't read the part where I didn't hear your part when he said that when Bannon said that the gaming community could be sought out as a tool to build support for Trump's policy. I didn't hear that part from you. But my bad.
Oh, okay. One of the things we stated about our social network is we're not a free speech platform. That's a bunch of BS. That is a bunch of BS, and let me tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Till this day, maybe things has changed. Maybe things has changed, but till this day, we have people who are still talking trash about each other when it comes to competition. Whether if it's Street Fighter, whatever it's Call of Duty, people are playing. You still have people are talking trash to one another because at the end of the day, that's still part of the culture of gaming. That's still part of the culture and competition. You still see that in sports. You see that in football. You still see that in basketball. You see that in gaming. You see that in throughout anything that is related or that is associated with competition to compete with one another. You and I do that when we play games. When I go to your house or you come to my house and we talk trash to each other. Of course, everything is friendly, but all of those things are still being said while we are playing these games. So I don't want to hear that it's not a network where it's not a free, not a free speech platform when you already allow people to talk trash and use foul language anyway. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear that. You allowing these things day one since Xbox Live's been implemented in gaming. So this is BS. This pisses me off. This is plain BS. He's talking out of his ass right now. So let me continue. We're a platform.
You're getting upset over nothing, by the way.
No. You can say that I'm being upset. No, but this pisses me off. This pisses me off. We're a platform around interactive entertainment and video games. We're not there to allow any conversation to happen on our platform. Spencer said, all right. I don't want to start. I don't want to start cursing or whatever. But for him, let me read this again. We're not there to allow conversation to happen on our platform. Okay, what conversation are you talking about? If you don't want us to discuss anything regarding politics and whatnot, why are you having online then anyway? Why are you allowing chat on Xbox Live? Why are you allowing it? What answer? What do you have to say about this for right now?
Finish reading, and then I'll give you my thoughts.
Xbox Live recently came under fire from Xbox coworker. Uh,
Co-creator.
uh,
Yeah, I know you know the word. I know
yeah,
you
yeah,
know the
oh
word.
yeah. Co-creator. I don't know his name.
Seamus Blackley.
Are you familiar with this person?
Yeah, he's the one that created the original Xbox.
The original Xbox, right?
Mm-hmm.
With that garbage controller. All right, let's continue. Which I gave.
What, what year is
It's an F tier.
it?
I gave it an F. Yeah,
I think I get it a C.
and I still buy that. I still stand by that. You, sir, created an F controller. Let me continue.
Which I actually have. I actually have a remodeled version of it, by the way.
Yeah, you wasted your money.
Yeah, I spent a lot of money on that controller. I spent a lot of money on Xbox controllers. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah, you wasted your money. You lost money. Who highlighted ongoing issues with sexual harassment on the platform.
Now, let me explain this real quick because I think what he's pointing to. Oh, you know what? You're about to read the comment, right? You're about to read it right now. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Backley's comments came after streamer Grenade Queen shared a video of harassment she received from multiple players during a match in Halo Infinite. Backley argued that more needed to be done to moderate the platform and keep it enjoyable for all users. The sentiment was echoed by Spencer to the New York Times. The Xbox boss told Swisher that Xbox can do more to moderate the service. I think we all have a long way to go. You could tell me that's a lame answer. That's right, said Spencer. What were you going to say?
Okay, yeah, he said that the chick, her name's Grenade, Grenade Queen. She yeah, I saw the video. I saw the video.
Okay.
All right, and you want to hear my thoughts on this?
Yeah.
Okay, there's actually another part to this. I don't know if it's in the article, but there is another part to this where he hopes that when a player gets banned on Xbox Live, that he also gets banned on PlayStation Network, Steam, all that stuff.
He said that.
hmm
Okay.
I
I don't
don't know.
know.
I don't know if it's in the article, but that's what he also said.
Where did you read that at, if you don't mind me asking?
I actually saw it I actually saw it on Twitter.
Oh, okay. It was on Twitter.
Yeah, I saw it on
Okay.
Twitter.
Yeah, I don't know how I missed that because
No,
all right.
here's my thoughts on this. Right, look, at the end of the day, like for one, the fact that she found people talking on Halo Infinite is mind-boggling to me because I played that game. I played probably like 60, 70 matches of Halo Infinite. Rarely, if ever, I hear people talking on the microphone. Rarely, if ever, I hear that. To me, the way I look at it is this, right? It is their platform at the end of the day. Whether you like it or not, it is their platform. They have a right to police their platform the way that they see fit. However, if you like, again, I can't speak to her, but when it comes to like someone like me, if I'm going to go online and talk, especially back in the day during the PS3, Xbox 360 era,
Mm-hmm.
oh my god, it was the wild wild west, I prefer it that way. I prefer it that way. It made playing games online more fun.
Of course.
When you're someone talking trash. I play some of the best games when someone was talking trash. In Call of Duty, I didn't play much Halo back in the day,
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
but like yeah, back in the day, like you hear you people talking trash, people talking about whole sorts of stuff, people just coming up with crazy stories, and that stuff was fun to me. That stuff was fun to me. That stuff was fun, and to me, like if you can't handle what's going on online, then obviously, like you should be able there's a way to stop it. Just get rid of the microphone. Don't put the microphone on.
Well,
Mute them.
are you talking about her or are you talking about everybody else?
Well, I'm not gonna say her because I don't think what she dealt with was anything that was I don't think it was I don't remember exactly what they said to her, but I don't think it was anything that was nowhere near as bad as some of the stuff that was said to me. or what I heard people say about everybody else. So to me, like, if you're, why would you waste your time policing something that you can't control? Like, it's easy to police it anyway. If someone says something dumb, you have a right to report. And if you have people actually doing their job, if they said something that was heinous, you ban their account. It's as simple as that. If it goes too far, then you can ban their account. But when he said that he wants other companies to join in on the ban, and here's the thing with Phil Spencer, right? Like, I don't have a problem with Phil Spencer, but to me, he's somebody who likes to say things so he get a golf clap, so he can hear people applaud him. Like, you what like, concentrate on your platform. Stop concentrating on what other people should do. Like if you're going to ban somebody from Xbox Live, ban them from your platform.
From your own platform.
Yeah. If you don't like someone saying something on Xbox Live, then ban them from Xbox Live. Like, saying that you want everyone to follow your suit, follow your lead. Like, no, concentrate on your own shit.
It's just a
Concentrate on your
publicity
own.
stunt. He's just trying to make himself look good. That's all it is.
Yeah, I do think he tends to go in that direction. Like I said, I don't have a problem with Phil Spencer, but he definitely says things online to get golf claps from the gaming industry. That's what he's there for. That way, so he can get golf claps, so he can fish for compliments.
My issue is this: if you are going to
Wow.
offer,
Oh, wait, before you go, like, Walter said that he recently canceled his Game Pass subscription. Why'd you cancel?
wait, what? You were all for Game Pass.
Yeah, I wonder why he canceled.
Yeah,
Whenever you get
you
a chance, you can answer that for us when you get a chance, bro.
yeah you need to you need to explain yourself, man. Like what in the world happened? But let me continue on.
Hmm.
While Bannon might see gaming communities as a way to grow his political support, Spencer can hardly be blamed for wanting to keep politics away from Xbox brand. The internet already offers plenty of places for people to debate politics, and Xbox Live should be a place where people can escape and unwind.
I disagree with that too. I disagree with that too. If somebody, like, you're always gonna have, like, to me, a conversation. If you're just having a conversation about politics, like, even if it's like, even like, if it's civil, I don't see why not. I don't see what the big deal is.
Here's the problem that I have. When
Hmm.
you are playing, it doesn't matter what you're playing. I don't care if you're playing Call of Duty. I don't care if you're playing Halo. I don't care if you're playing Street Fighter. I don't care if you're playing Tekken. I don't care if you're playing some RPG game, Final Fantasy, whatever it is. I don't care what game you're playing. You are able to communicate with people, whether if you're in a chat, party, whether if you're one on one against somebody. It gives you an opportunity to even talk outside of gaming. You like you said, somebody could communicate with somebody else who are they're facing against. Let's say you're playing Street Fighter, and they're constantly battling each other, and then they want to talk about each other's personal lives. Like, that has nothing to do with gaming either. That has absolutely nothing to do with gaming. If you want to talk about anything else, if you want to talk about how your day went, how day you was at work, none of that has anything to do with gaming. None of it. So why is it that how are you going to determine somebody is breaking the rules or breaking protocols or whatever it is because what he said Trump's name? Because the guy wants to talk about immigration, or he wants to talk about food stamps. Like, so when somebody says food stamps, you're gonna ban the person because he's talking about food stamps.
I just don't get the idea of just, like, cause look, at the end of the day, we're all gamers, but we're all human beings also. So if we're talking to somebody about something that's going on in their everyday lives, I think you should be able to talk, as long as you're not being like, as long as you're not breaking the law or being awful about it. I don't see what the big deal is.
Yeah, that's the thing. As long as you're being respectful, as long as you're not you know threatening anybody or whatnot. I'm just trying to figure out, how are you going to police this? How are you going to I'm going to ban you because you was talking about who you voting for, who you going to vote for. Well, I'm going like how is this going to work? Because all that is still politics. It's still politics.
I don't get it either. Is there anything else that's in the article?
Let me scroll down a little bit more. No, I think. Oh, this is a new article. PlayStation may have accidentally.
No. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that next week.
Okay. All right. So that's final next week. All right. Do you think Xbox Live needs better moderation? No, I don't. No. Leave it the way it is. Let me tell you what happened. When I used to play Among Us, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I played Among Us, I guess apparently, people were using a lot of foul language, and what they did was they basically made it a way where you aren't able to type, explicit words. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What they also did was that you had to basically you had like 10 or 15 choices set of words for you to choose so you could play the game. The problem was that it was extremely difficult. So let's say you're playing the game, right? And you only had 10 words to choose from, like go, left, right, up, down, whatever. The problem is it was still extremely difficult for you to communicate, with the people who. Go ahead.
The best way that people play that game is through like another voice device like Discord or something like that.
Well, yeah,
That's
but
the
the
best
thing
way to
is,
play that game.
but the thing is, when you were playing it on your phone,
Mm-hmm.
you were able to basically type whatever it is that you want, like as if you were just texting somebody.
Yeah,
Like,
but like
but so the
that's
thing,
that's a lame way to play the game in my opinion.
no. It was a lame way to play it, but since you were using it on your phone,
Mm-hmm.
it was still convenient because you were still able to communicate with all the players because everybody was able to see what you wrote on
Uh-oh.
display once you push the send
Uh-oh.
button.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. There's something going on. There's a scruffle.
Yeah. See, this there looks like they was about to fight, and I get it. You're in the playoffs and you're getting all upset, but yeah, you do better.
I
You
mean,
know,
what's Donald doing? Like he need to calm down.
yeah, I don't know.
Like, you trying to choke the dude. Like, he need to calm down, man. Like, you can't be you can't be. I don't think he'll get suspended for the next game. But you definitely don't want that.
I didn't even know he was choking them. That's crazy.
I mean, he had it. Like, I mean, I don't think he was trying to. I think he was just trying to get at his face. And I'm like, bro, relax. You're up. It's like, relax, chill out. No,
Yeah.
let me hear this real quick.
All right. Yeah, personal foul. Oh, that's all. It's just a personal foul.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like Yeah. Okay. So you were able to but the thing is when they implemented that new I guess feature where you could
Mm-hmm.
now only select a couple of words,
Mm-hmm.
it was still extremely difficult for you to communicate because you couldn't, like, if you wanted to say, oh, this person was hiding under the vent or whatnot.
Yeah.
It was extremely difficult for you to communicate that because you only had a couple words to choose from. You know what I'm saying? So they ruined the game just because a couple of idiots, was being, disrespectful to somebody else. So
Yeah.
what did I do? Like everybody else did? I got rid of the game on my phone. I stopped playing the game because the game got ruined because now, because of a couple of idiots, you want to compromise the game. And I believe that Xbox Phil Spencer is going to lead into this direction to where you're going to compromise or diminish what made Xbox Live special.
They already did. They already did by putting in party chat. They already did because people like when you're playing online, people don't talk online. Like, I play Halo all the time. No one talks online in Halo. Nobody.
Well,
They're either in the party chat or they don't talk at all.
you probably don't have a set of friends, um not friends, but you don't have anybody who's probably in your friend list, gamer tag list, that you could play together with. So
I mean,
you
that's
so you
fine,
guys can communicate.
but sometimes I want to play against random people. I want to talk trash against random people, and The one thing that I noticed that they don't do, they don't keep you in the same lobby anymore. They don't keep you in the same lobby, and they do that in Call of Duty also.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
I didn't notice that.
they don't unless there's something that I'm missing. Please, she need to answer the phone. Please answer the phone. Okay. Yeah, like like unless there's something that I'm missing, they don't keep you in the same lobby. And a lot of the trash talking happened back in the day when you're in the lobby, getting your stuff in, and you're normally in the same. You have to leave the lobby to get out of the lobby. Now, once the game's over, you're now finding a new game.
Yeah, you're basically in a completely different.
Yeah,
You're basically what you're saying is you're never fighting the same person. You
yeah,
never.
pretty much.
Yeah, it's always completely different groups of people that you're
Again,
going
again,
against.
I don't know if there's a setting that I'm missing where you can stay in the same lobby. 'Cause I would prefer that. I would prefer to stay in the same lobby.
So yeah, so that I didn't know, but the fact that they're doing that, you already compromising on what makes it special. But you said party chat ruined it. Why did party chat ruin it?
Cause like instead of talking in the game, they're talking to their friends who are playing something else. They're talking to their
Oh, that's
friends.
right.
They're not talking in game.
Oh, I think yes, you're right. Like I wouldn't mind party chat if it was within the same game.
Yeah, but it's not. But yeah, but it's not. It's in there. All their friends are playing something different, and they're no one's communicating. No one's communicating.
Because everybody's in party chat.
Hmm Either in
So,
party chat or they're or they just don't have a microphone.
well, have you ever tried to communicate with anybody when you were playing?
I mean, I always had the mic on. Like every time I play online, I play in a game online. I have my microphone on.
Hmm.
Just mainly just to get a better sense of hearing people coming in and stuff like that. But normally it would be just talking to other people. But yeah,
Well, am I?
Malta said that he I just don't keep up with politics. He also said that it just doesn't matter in Xbox Live, and he said that I'm in game chat, not party chat. Yeah, me too. I'm in the game chat. Like I'm I always have my headphones on.
Yeah. See, for me, I believe that when you are in a chat, regardless of what chat that you are in, it's still a chat at the end of the day. Like Malta, I don't know if you're in a chat on WhatsApp or if you're in a group chat or whatnot. Having obviously you and me are in the group chat. I'm in another chat with people at my church, like, and we just talk about whatever it is, like gaming. When it comes to gaming, it should be the exact same way as if you were in a chat on your phone. Like you're playing video games, but at the end of the day, we're still people. And if there is a conversation that you want to talk about, your gamer, buddies, it's not just, oh, well, just go and grab his number and then you could talk about it that way. But if even if you say that, now I'm restricted to talk about a particular topic because we're on your platform. Like, get the hell out of here, man. Like, I'm
I
not
mean,
with that.
at the end of the day, it is their platform. It is their platform. I don't agree. Like I said, I do think Phil Spencer likes to hear himself talk, and he likes to hear himself get compliments. But like at the end of the day, it is their platform. What I don't understand, I guess the thing for me is like I'm like, I mean, people. I mean, you kind of already killed game chat anyway, and the industry is going in that direction. And to me, I don't think it makes the game as much fun. I just don't. You also have you also have to take this into account. You have people who are streaming now, people who are they're doing this and that, and honestly, back in the day, like I'm telling you, man, it made games fun doing all the talking that you were doing back in the day. It made it fun.
Exactly. It made it so much more entertaining. It obviously it puts you in what's the word? Like it keeps you hyped up. You are maintaining, a certain energy when, two people are talking crap, when two people are, some people, could be, a big vulgar or, explicit, at times. But that's just how competition works. It goes hand in hand.
No, I mean if they go overboard, then obviously yeah, you can you know like they have ways around it. They just need a better job of handling those people. If someone is being racist or something like that on the platform, there are ways to catch them. There are ways to catch them, and Microsoft should do a better job doing that instead of worrying about what people are talking about when it comes to their politics.
Yeah.
In my opinion. So, hey, I guess we pretty much agree. I guess we pretty much agree here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually surprised you agree. I thought you were definitely in favor of protecting the players and all the other stuff.
No, cause like to me, like it's like what look, when I first started going on when I was going online on Xbox 360 at my cousin's house, right? Like I knew what the deal was. Like,
Hmm.
I knew what I was getting myself into. You're gonna hear a lot of crazy shit on Xbox Live. Like I knew about it even before I started playing, because they would have YouTube videos of the conversation that they were having on Xbox Live. It was a free for all.
Yeah.
And honestly, I enjoyed that environment. Not everyone can be in that environment. Not everyone is mentally, prepared for that environment, and I get that. But honestly, like if you didn't want to be part of that environment, there's a way to get out of it. There are ways to get out of it. I think party chat was supposed to be meant to be something that where if someone didn't want to deal with the trash talk online, they'll just talk to their friends, on the party chat, and those are the only people that they'll communicate with.
Yeah.
But honestly, like ever since Party Chat was introduced and then Sony adopted it with the PS4, it makes gaming online not as fun.
But you also blame streaming. Why did you blame streaming for it?
Because most people, like, they're either streaming, either they're not communicating with people in the game, they're probably communicating with the people who are watching the game. You get what I'm saying? Their full attention not on the game. He's on entertaining the people watching the game, watching their game.
So they're communicating with them.
Yeah.
Hmm.
So
That's unfortunate.
no, it is what it is. It is what it is. Anyway, our last topic of the day is something that has been going on for a couple weeks. Like this woman right here, her name is India
Frost. Yeah.
Frost. I want to say completely Froskurinn Black. That's her full name. Like her full name is India Black, right? That's her full name,
Hmm.
right? And she used to be a commentator and coach for League of Legends. I think that's her main game. And this week she had a rant on sexism in the gaming space, or at least the one that she was dealing with, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah,
and
we're actually a couple days late on it, but yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. Of her, but yeah, go ahead. Like I have the an article of it too, but you have yours, so go ahead.
no, you can launch yours too. Does it have the video?
I think so.
Oh, let me see. Put yours up. Cause like it depends on the source. I would like to play the video to hear the full context of it.
Hmm.
Cause I've seen the video. I've seen the video already, but I want to hear I wanted to get a full context of it for right now. But if it's in something that we can't play, then we won't play it.
All right.
Okay. Let me see.
Whoops, right here. I think this is the same one that you have, right?
Yeah. But does it have the video?
Yeah,
Okay,
right here.
there it is.
Well, you want me to play it?
Yeah, might as well. Let's go.
Are you sure?
Yeah, fuck it. If it's on me, then fuck it. Let's go.
All right, so I'm going to play this video real quick, everybody. Let me put the volume up a bit, then we'll get the show on the road.
Yeah.
So when this originally happened and my gaming grievance was actually going to be about Red Dead Online. So the subreddit for Red Dead Online, I'm a huge Red Dead Online player. I love Red Dead Redemption 2. I think it's probably
What'd you say?
Oh, skip that part.
Oh, skip it. Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
FYI, Rockstar is no longer a top tier developer anymore.
Oh no, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. Now, this part that I'm going to skip, I want to say this, real quick. I thought it was very foolish of her to to talk about sexism when you're in the middle of a segment of trying to talk about Red Dead. I thought that was a very stupid, you know, cause from what I've heard, a lot of people who was watching it live or whatnot actually got turned off because they wanted her to continue to talk about Red Dead Redemption. And you're talking about it, but then suddenly you want to talk about sexism. Like, it wasn't a good transition, I think, what people were trying to say. So
I think there's a reason for that. I think there's a reason for that. But let's continue.
okay. All right, let me see.
Yeah, I think this is where she starts talking.
Yeah.
Roll in a second because it's done. And what I do think that there is a larger discussion about Red Dead Online and that we need to have eventually about game design versus immersive experience and comparing the Red Dead Online multiplayer experience versus the solo player one. But I actually want to talk about something so much more important than Red Dead Online: sexism in gaming.
Yeah, you see, like, she wanted to completely dismiss what was the topic was about, which was Red Dead, but then she wanted to talk about sexism. Like, I don't think it was related at all with the original segment.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
Yeah, so that's why I was trying to ask you, because you made it seem like maybe there was a reason why she led to it.
No, there is a reason why. There is a reason why.
Oh, so it is related to Red Dead.
No, it had nothing to do with Red Dead. It had to do with something that wow. It had to do with something that it had to do with something that happened a couple weeks prior. And let me explain this. I'm not gonna go like here what happened a couple weeks prior, right? And I'm sure. And let me just say this off rip. I do believe that she's gotten a lot of nasty sexist stuff thrown at her. I do believe her because
You believe her?
Yeah, because I see this shit in the sports space when it comes to people like Joy Taylor, Mina Kimes, who else? Who else do I follow?
Wait,
but you get what I'm saying.
Joy Taylor gets harassed?
Yeah. Gets all dismissed. Everything she says dismissed because she's a woman or because she looked good and all the other bullshit that she deals with. So it doesn't surprise me that she deals with this type of stuff.
Okay.
But what happened was a week prior, she made a couple comments regarding the state of PlayStation. She said that the brand was dead brand walking because in her mind there's nothing coming out in the next couple months for PlayStation that interests her. And compared to all the great games that Microsoft bought out, which is actually just Halo and Forza. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't mind her having an opinion.
But those are like AAA titles though. Those are like
it's two games though. She said that PlayStation had no games, which is not true.
Mm-hmm.
And she's basing this off of two games, Forza and Halo. Now, mind you, the first half of 2022 for PlayStation is going to have Horizon Forbidden West, Gran Turismo 7, and God of War Ragnarok. So how is it that it's nothing? I mean, if you don't like those games, that's fine. But don't say that the system has no games. That's dumb.
Yeah.
So she definitely got attacked for that. Then she made a comment regarding BioWare. Now, BioWare is owned by EA. She didn't know that. She didn't know it. She thought that they were independent, and she pretty much wanted Microsoft to buy them without knowing that EA is already, EA owns them. She didn't know that.
So she wanted Microsoft to buy because she assumed that it was an independent company, like an indie company.
Yeah, pretty much. Not independent company, but like she thought that they were independent. Like they thought that they didn't know that she didn't know the EA owned them. And if that's the case, people are going to roast you for that. Now she came out on Twitter and said that those two things do not relate to what this comment is. But I mean, the only reason why I heard of her is because of the comment she made about PlayStation and the BioWare stuff.
Yeah.
Like I don't watch D4. Like I don't watch D4. I don't know where it's at on my channel. I don't watch it on YouTube. Like I don't watch it at all.
Yeah, but it was a show that we used to watch.
Yeah, we used to watch back in the day.
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
that's gonna be important as you continue playing. So go ahead.
Okay. No, now, so your point was people was making fun of her because they were basically saying she doesn't know what she's talking about.
She's the sexism stuff is what is being brought up here.
No, yeah, but you mentioned that she didn't know that the company was owned by EA already.
Yeah, at least that's what it seemed like based
So
on the comments.
yeah, so basically what you're saying is that a lot of people was harassing her because they were basically saying she doesn't know what she was talking about.
That's what I think. I think people think that because of all the stuff that happened the prior week is why she's saying this now, even though she said that's not the case. But that's what she's saying. That's what she's saying.
Okay. All right.
But that's what a lot of people are saying why she brought this up.
Okay.
Like, all right, continue.
In joining G4,
This is not where I thought we were
I
going,
know,
but I'm
you
here.
had
I'm
no
here.
idea.
I'm listening. Yeah.
In joining G4, I was ecstatic to be part of something that I grew up watching as a child. But every time G4 is brought up in various channels, even in this YouTube channel, we have the chat in front of us. I can see you. Without a doubt, there will be backlash because I'm not as bangable as the previous host. It's somehow
Talk to him, Frost.
it has somehow been expected that you can talk about how much you jerk.
You said pause it?
Yeah. All right. So she's referring to Morgan Webb and Olivia Munn, right? Among some of, I know they've had some other women in the past, at least in the past on X-Play, right? Those are the two, but those are the main two women that are associated with the previous incarnation of G4.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, but continue to play.
But I do have something to say about that.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Now, she said because she's not as bangable as the other as the other female host and whatnot. This is what I have to say about this. Right now, I know you and I had this argument plenty of times when it comes to how regarding how women are supposed to be more like feminine, presentable, be more dapper, etc., right? And to me, it seems like a lot, just about every female that was in the past G4, would you say that just about every single one of them was attractive?
I probably would say yes. I would lean towards yes.
Okay. A lot of those women was attractive. And to me, when it comes to G4, I believe that a lot of it is a network that you could easily say majority of the people who watch are men.
Yeah.
Now, the same thing could be said, with sports. The same thing could be said, with sports talk. And there's a reason. Now, again, I know you're probably going to disagree, but there's a reason why whenever you have, a debate show or, a show that, reviews or, critique, certain things, and there's always a reason why they always have a female in the middle, but the female is always attractive. Now, is it necessary to have it, for the quality of the content? No, but it is being used to continue to keep the people, us, the audience, engaged because they have something nice to look at. I mean, I remember, I don't know if it was you or somebody that had said that if there was no females that look good, we wouldn't stay as engaged as if there was a female that was there, because there was something.
I don't remember saying that.
Huh?
I don't remember saying that.
No, I'm trying to remember who who said that. But the thing is, though, it still caught our attention. We always gave some type of positive feedback whenever it was regarding to a attractive female that we saw. You've been on record saying, wow, Olivia Munn is hot. I've said chicks like Layla Kaylee is amazing looking, despite the fact that we're only there to to care about the games and the content that they're trying to share. But it's basically extra, what I'm saying? Like, it's like an extra, what do you call it? It's like an added bonus, I should probably say. The fact that you have people who knows what they're talking about, but the person also looks good, it's like an added bonus. I think what G4 did to us back in the day was that we were so spoiled with not just great characters, great content, but because the females that was reviewing these games or talking about electronics also look good. We were spoiled, in my opinion. We were. And now I believe a lot of dudes have felt like this was a huge major downgrade. Because I guarantee you, and I'm going to ask you this, I'm pretty sure you don't think she is as attractive as any of those females that we did back in the day.
No.
Not even close. In my opinion, not even close. Not even close. So you are going to have disappointments. You're going to have that's just nature. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just the
Can I address this?
Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Do I think that she's as attractive as Morgan and Olivia? No. Does it matter? No. Should it matter? No. Should she get harassed because of it? No. Like I think all I care about is content. That's all I care about. All I care about is the content. If I wanted to see a pretty girl review a game, I'm sure there's a place for it. If I wanted to see a girl who was naked review a game, I'm sure there's a place for it. At the end of the day, like, I get where you're. Okay, look, G4 back in the day, and this is the case for lots of shows nowadays. The way that G4 was run back in the day is not the way it's going to be run now. Okay? The way it was done, and look, even like Morgan Webb, even though she wasn't, I don't think her and Olivia Munn were in the same boat when it came to kind of like how they were presented. But even with that, Morgan Webb still did, she did do bikini covers, and I think she did one for Maxim magazine one time. Even though I don't think, obviously you look at Olivia Munn, she clearly was somebody who looked like a model, right? Looked like someone who can pass off as a model. Right, I didn't look at Morgan Webb the same way, but even still, like obviously a lot of gamers.
I did when she turned her when she started to blonde her, like she usually had like black hair, but when she had changed her hair, I think it's like blonde or brown or brunette, whatever it was, it completely changed her look. And I noticed that she stopped dressing as a tomboy after that. I don't know if you ever noticed it, but she kind of dressed like as a tomboy in the beginning when the show had started, but later on she started to be more feminine, if you will. But go ahead.
But like I mean, where was I at? You remember what I was saying?
No, my bad.
No, it's fine. But ultimately, yeah. Like, okay, so G4 was done completely different. They had a lot of they'll do a lot of like sex jokes and all the other shit. Like,
yeah,
like we the content that they're creating now is not going to be on the same level. It's not. They're not gonna have super sexy women. They want people who know what the hell they're talking about. And even though some of the stuff she said in the past has been inaccurate and not true.
So that already debunks it then.
No, I wouldn't say it debunks it, but she has something to offer to them.
Well,
that's why she's there.
Well, obviously she doesn't know what she was talking about regarding to the whole EA thing.
Okay, that's true, and the question needs to be asked: is she saying this because she really? I do think, like I said, I do think she deals with sexism in this case. I don't think she's lying about that. But is this a situation where she's sensitive enough to the point where any criticism she takes, she'll just take it as sexism, or is just that, or she could just point it out obviously? You know what I'm saying? Because there are definitely some women out there who, if you say something, if you criticize them, they'll automatically jump to the sexism portion of it.
Yeah,
they'll automatically be like, "Oh, you're being sexist."
Everything is like how I always mentioned with the whole race thing. Everything was a race issue. In this particular case, everything is now a sex issue.
Well, continue playing. Continue playing.
Worked off to women as a compliment. It's not a compliment.
It's weird.
It's dehumanizing and it's weird. Women do not exist to be nice on the eyes for you. Morgan Webb, Olivia Munn did not exist to be nice on the eyes for you.
Cut the crap. Cut the crap. Now, I guarantee you probably going to agree with her, but I do not buy that for a second. Because if that was the case, we wouldn't be seeing any sex jokes. We wouldn't be seeing Olivia Munn, taking her panties off. We wouldn't be seeing, Morgan Webb, dressing all, sexy and there was this one segment where she was like in a purple bikini. I don't know if you, remember that.
No,
There was another segment where Olivia Munn, was basically twerking on TV. Don't sit here and tell me on this channel, that they weren't here, to look good for you, when basically the actions obviously portrayed that was the reason why they were there. That's exactly the reason why they were there. I'm not saying that they weren't there, to give you information. They were obviously there to give you information. But at the end of the day, they also was there.
Whoa. Let me ask you a question. What was more important, the information or them looking good to you?
No. Obviously, the information, the game reviews, all that other stuff.
Was it?
That was the that should always be the primary. Everything else was an added bonus.
Is it?
Everything else was an added bonus.
Is it?
But I'm just stating you the facts. That's what these things. What I'm just addressing, they're facts. That's
I know these things happen. But
okay, that's not why they were there.
No. What I'm saying is that if they didn't do those things, you would still watch and watch them and respect them.
Absolutely.
All right.
So I think so. So right here, I call BS on that, and I also think these guys that are like cheering, they're being a bunch of simps. I guarantee you,
there's a bunch of women there too. Yeah.
I'm talking about the guys on between her. Like, she's in between. I'm talking about those guys.
Yeah.
They're simps.
All right.
Hey, she cooking, y'all.
And that's just obvious sexism. You don't need to explicitly objectify women or declare that you hate women to be sexist. Just go ahead and check out Thorne's latest meltdown on Twitter for some spark notes. Now, here at XPlay, our reviews are written and produced by a team of people.
The rest of this stuff I don't care about. You can stop it. You can stop right there. I don't care what.
There's actually one thing I wanted to mention real quick.
Go.
It's coming up.
Conquer. Okay. And when we use language like we or I, that's the reviewer. That's coming from the mouth and experience of the reviewer reading that review. And that's not to say that Gerard, TBH, Adam, or myself
it's gonna come up real quick.
Contribute to the reviews. We absolutely do. But it'll always be in varying degrees and take a whole team behind us. That's why we're XPlay and not Adam Play. We have done the experiment and controlled for the variables.
All right, I'm gonna skip it. I think I thought I was there, but I think it's like right here.
Okay.
No, I'm reading the exact same script as Adam, but you have no problem with he's part of it. You're letting your unconscious biases ruin my day, and you're gatekeeping the gaming space. So maybe for 2022, we'd be a bit nicer, a bit more self-reflective, and we enjoy the fact that people are working hard to make free content for you. If you don't like it, don't watch it. Peace.
All right. That's the part where I wanted to address, where she basically said that, it's completely different when Adam reads the script opposed to when she reads the script. That Adam Sessler didn't get any criticism, but that she does. I think there are two reasons why that happens. One, a lot of people like Adam Sessler. I know you probably don't.
I don't.
Yeah, I know. I had a feeling that you probably. People you don't. A lot of people like Adam Sessler. That's the first thing. And number two is what I had basically addressed earlier. People rather see Olivia Munn, Morgan Webb, or whoever else that they fell in love with back in the day. They look, at the end of the day, they don't want to see you. Nostalgia still matters. It still matters.
But you're not. But Morgan Webb and Olivia Munn are doing bigger and better things. You're not going to get them. You're not going to get them to come back.
No. Okay. Let me. I think. All right. Let me show you something. Wait. Actually, do you have anything else to say?
I have plenty to say. But what were you going to show? What were you going to show?
No, I'll show it to you after you say something. Go ahead.
No, show it now.
No. Like trust me. It'll actually be better after you say whatever you have to say.
No, I mean, those people are not coming back. So Like,
Well,
here's the thing that annoyed me about the commentary about what everyone was saying about her. Right? People saying, "Oh, she's attacking their audience." No, she's not attacking their audience. She's attacking the dipshits who are being sexist to her. That's what she's. That's what she's going after.
Yeah, that's still part of the audience.
I don't. If you want to watch her, if you are going to talk shit to her because she don't look good, then you're not their audience. And I don't want. And if I were them, I wouldn't want you as the audience.
No,
No. If you want to be an audience, you can like or dislike what we do, but don't disrespect us. Don't disrespect us. If like for us, if we have people who watch our content but are disrespectful to us, I would gladly tell them, fuck off, go somewhere else, watch something else, fuck you, whatever. Right? Just because you watch these people doesn't mean you give you the right to disrespect them.
I think you're talking about a situation when it comes to you and I of guys, being racist.
It could be any situation. It could be any situation. If you're watching,
okay, go ahead.
If you're watching this show, right? That means you are a fan of the show. You don't have to like everyone on the show. You don't have to even watch the show all the time. But if you're watching the show, it doesn't give you the right, because you're an audience member, doesn't give you the right to disrespect these people. Doesn't give you that right. And this notion that she's disrespecting she's not disrespecting she's not disrespecting her audience. She's disrespecting the dipshits who treat her with disrespect. That's who she's going after. Well, go ahead. What do you have to show?
Okay, it's not. Oh, okay. Look at this chick right here. Having no. I want to show you something. I did this intentionally just to prove a point. Okay. Now look, when you look at someone like let me I think is this working? Okay, yeah, explain. Look, this is what I was talking about. How when she basically changed her hair into blonde, that's when I really thought she was hot, and then she started to, dress more, feminine than more, as a tomboy. You know what I'm saying? So when you
her opinion matters more to you because of this.
And see, this is the old one. This is the old,
and she looks fine there too.
Yeah, look at Olivia Munn.
Yeah. Look, Olivia Munn, she's an actress. She definitely she was someone who definitely aspiring to be a model.
Yeah, Kristen, Layla Kaylee, one of my favorites. Layla Kaylee. Just about every single one.
She was on G4?
Yeah, she was on G4. She was on The Feed. She was doing The Feed and Attack of the Show.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like all of these chicks right here. This one, I think this one, Alison Haysop. I don't know if you remember her.
No, I
don't. Jessica, Candace, she was hot, in my opinion. This one was who was this again? Jessica Smith. She was hot, and the next one should be Sarah Underwood. She was also my favorite. Sarah Underwood. Do you remember who she is?
Yeah, I actually remember her. Okay,
yeah, you remember her. Now, you and I just admitted earlier on, every single one of these chicks here, that in this slide, photo, whatever, they all look good. All of them look good. And regardless of what your opinion, if you're on her side or not, we see this at sports. We see this even in the news when they are doing weather reports. You could be on her side if you want. For a fact that when you're watching the news, you want to see if it's going to rain, if it's going to snow, if it's going to do whatever. That's the most important thing. But yet, they still put a very attractive woman while doing the weather report. Why? So that the people who are watching could continue to stay engaged. It's strategy. Now, if you don't like it, that the fact that guys are disappointed that that you don't look good, that's just the criticism that you have to accept. You have to accept that type of criticism.
No.
Yes, you
do.
You
don't have to accept any type of criticism.
Yes, you do. If you
don't.
If you are going to
no,
say
no. You can ignore the criticism, like that's fine, but don't say they have to accept it. There's a big difference.
What do you mean? We
Like,
we are talking about.
accepting criticism means that you're acknowledging what they're saying is true, and that's not. And that no, I'm never gonna buy into that bullshit.
Okay, but having a so every single other industry that does it, you might as well call them all out on it then, because like I said before, that's why I wanted to use the whole weather report as a prime example. We are only tuning in to watch what the weather report says. What's the weather going to be outside today or tomorrow or the rest of the week? But yet they still put an attractive woman there. Why?
They have multiple weather people there. They have multiple weather people there.
So that we could stay engaged. That's the whole point. It's an added bonus.
I get what you're saying.
It works. I get advertisement. No. The reason why I want to continue on is because we even see this in UFC. When those chicks, want to go to the next round, whatever. You know for a fact, and I know for a fact, they're not needed there. The most important thing is the fights. Okay. But yet they are there as an added bonus. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. All that stuff you're saying may or may not be true. It's not important to me. What's important to me is the message that she's trying to say, and where is the message coming from? Like, because I don't know. Like, again, she said some stuff earlier in the week that I don't agree with, and there's stuff that she said that she's gonna get roasted for. I just want to make sure, like, to me, the only thing that matters to me is her being criticized based on the merit of what she's saying. All this other stuff about what she looks like is irrelevant to me, and it should be irrelevant to everybody else.
But that's what she's addressing.
Yeah, you're right.
She's addressing that she.
Why do you think she's addressing it?
Because she knows. Okay, look. In my opinion, I think part of it is that she's insecure. Why are you mentioning all these?
I think she was diagnosed with some type of She was diagnosed. I read up on her bio. She was diagnosed with some type of personality disorder. So you may be right. She might be. It might be. She's insecure.
Like, is it
like?
Like,
I also know
anxiety or something.
But I also know that her getting criticism because of how she looks is not cool. It's not cool. It's not right.
Okay, but you keep you say crap. I'm trying to get out of here. You say it's not right. You say it's not right, but you see this happen in every single industry anyway. No. I see the people. I see the women in the industry. What I don't see are the women who are not in it, who have to deal with dumbasses in the chat on social media saying that she's ugly. That's what you don't see. Yeah.
And right now in Indiana, she's telling you what she's dealing with right now. She's telling you what she's dealing with right now. That's what she's telling you.
Yeah, she said that she's doing that with, right now.
Yeah.
But the thing is, those type of criticism happens, and they will continue to happen, till this day. When you have,
understood, because you have a lot of awful people in this world. Yes, I know that, and she knows that.
That's what I mean by you have no choice but to accept it.
No,
you and I.
No. I think we're getting things. Please explain it.
Okay, you and I have dealt with people talking about racist crap, towards us. If we are going to continue with this podcast in the near future, and if we're going to do a long run on this podcast, you and I are going to have to accept the fact that this is going to keep coming at us every single time. That people are going to talk crap about us, or why are black people talking in this podcast. That is going to be something that is going to be expected at all times. We just gonna have to deal with it. Either.
You want me to tell you how I deal with it?
No, let me finish. Yeah. You basically you block the person. That's fine, but that's still not going to stop the next person.
That's fine, and then I'll just block the next person.
Exactly. But the thing is, it's still going to happen anyway. Okay. That's what she has to understand. If she is going to continue to want to make G4 content, she has to understand that she will constantly get criticized because she does not look as good as the other women. I just showed you a whole pictures of females, and you and I both agreed that she doesn't even come remotely close to those girls. And a lot of people were disappointed by that. They're disappointed, and
the question I asked you is that does that give them the right to disrespect her?
I honestly want to know what was actually said.
Okay, it doesn't matter what was actually said.
I want to know.
I know.
Let me tell you why.
I know for a fact that she dealt with this bullshit already.
The reason why I say that is because I want to know if people are saying you don't look as good as Olivia Munn, and I want Olivia Munn back, or if they're saying, "Oh, you're a woman, you don't know what you're talking about. You're not supposed to be here." That's a difference. That's a big difference. There's a difference between saying I want the older hosts back because they're prettier, or because you just don't belong here in general.
To me, that's just either one is bad. One is worse than the other, but both of them are bad, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because at the end of the day, you don't give two shits about the review. You don't give two shits. You just want to see. You just want to look at eye candy. That's it. So for example, when you tell me that the only thing that matters is the review, I can't buy it when her looks are the reason why you're disappointed and what she and when you're disappointed because she don't look as good.
Well, because it's still noticeable.
Who gives a shit if it's noticeable? Like, what's the most important thing? The review or her looks?
Okay, but it's still noticeable having them.
What's the most important thing? The review or her looks?
You're not listening.
No. I heard you. I asked you a question.
Okay, but you're not listening.
No, I heard what you said. I heard what you said.
Already said
the question.
Already answered that question like 3 times already. I already said the most important thing when it comes to reviews, when it comes to critiquing, when it comes to the weather reporting, when it comes to fighting, all that stuff is the primary. I already said.
Why is her looks a topic? Why does it matter what she looks like?
What do you mean? Why does it matter? If the only thing that matters is the content, why does it matter what she looks like? If people are noticing a huge drastic change in presentation, obviously they are going to notice it. And obviously people are going to have a problem with it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's noticeable.
And because they have a problem with it, that means that she has to get harassed?
No. If people want to criticize it because of that, they have every right to criticize it because of it.
All right, then the content don't matter. Then you want to have it both ways. You want to make it seem like it's all about the content, but then want to say, oh well, she don't look as good as the others. If the content is the only thing that matters, then the looks should not come into play at all.
You said that you don't care, but at the end of the day, you noticed it yourself. That's the point.
No,
you still notice. You can say you don't care, and I get it. You don't care, but you still noticed it.
I'm just being honest about my attraction toward the women. At the end of the day, if I watched the show and she was and I liked her content, I would tell you that she's my favorite host. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit what she looks like. I don't care, because that's not what I'm there for. I'm not there for that. If I wanted that, I'll watch past episodes. I watch porn. I'm there specifically to watch the content of what I want to hear.
If you were watching G4 right now,
mm-hmm.
and if both hosts knew exactly what they were talking about, both hosts were good. But one looked like her and one looked like Olivia Munn, who would you listen to?
If they both had good content, I'll listen to both of them.
No. If you had the choice, you had to flip the channel.
It depends on which one I like more.
I already said both of them were equally as good. One was just way more attractive. Who would you listen to? And I'm gonna wait for you to lie to me.
It depends on which one I like more.
Who would you listen to?
It depends on which one I like more.
All right. Yeah. See, you want to, and
then you want to know why? Because their looks are not important to me.
You want to not important to me. You know for a fact you will go and listen to the person that looked like Olivia Munn.
All right,
that's what you will go.
All right, then don't.
That's what you will go to.
Then don't tell me that the content matters.
You were guilty of doing that here at the house. You told one of our friends to turn into a particular channel, a sports channel, so you could watch the girls play. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Oh, you remember that?
Yeah, it's volleyball. Yeah.
I remember that clearly.
Yeah.
Specifically to watch who
Women.
beautiful women play. Not the
Yeah.
sport. Not the sport.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about volleyball.
So okay. So you are guilty of that too.
I don't give a
Okay?
shit about volleyball. Like
You
it
are
was just
guilty
there
of
just to
that.
be
No.
there.
Come on.
We
Come
had nothing
on.
else to watch.
No. I didn't want.
What were we there to do? What were we there to do? We were there to play games, right? But I think we were having a discussion, and I said, "Oh, change it to the." First, I changed it to the hockey game.
I wasn't trying to mention the volleyball thing, but you want to mention it, so go ahead.
No.
Expose yourself.
Then I told you to change it to I think we'll call it college volleyball. Yeah, because I don't give a shit about volleyball. I don't give a shit about volleyball.
Because
they look good.
Because they look good to you.
Yeah.
So don't get upset when guys are doing this on G4 when you are guilty of doing the same thing.
My question is to you is that is it because she don't look as good as the other hosts, does that give them the right to disrespect her?
No, they shouldn't disrespect her, but they have the right
to that's all. Okay, then that's it.
They could criticize, bro.
Okay, criticize her on her content, not based on how she looks.
No, if they want to criticize, the way she looked, that's fine.
How is that fine? Then you don't care about the content. Then
if that's what they want to do, that's perfectly in their right to do.
And she has a right to complain about sexism in gaming, which is what she did.
If she look, it's not sexism because they like Olivia Munn. They like
Olivia Munn. They like looking at her. There's a difference.
I don't ever recall Olivia Munn complaining about people criticizing her if she received any, or Morgan Webb or anybody else.
I am 100% sure that and trust me, girls who look good, they also get criticized. Get criticized. Yeah, because they get criticized because they believe that it's only because of their looks is why they got to where they are.
Yeah, it's called pretty privilege.
Talent. And not their talent.
Pretty privilege. So somebody named it pretty privilege at one time. I forgot who it was.
Okay, but do you think those people are wrong
for saying that it's pretty privilege?
Yeah.
I mean, you and I both know how a lot of women who are gorgeous do get perks just because of their looks.
Okay, but so we can criticize them for not looking good enough, but then we can criticize them for being too beautiful. Like, what's the end game here? What's the end game?
Can you see this?
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay.
What's the end game here? Like, let me ask you a question. If it's one thing, we all can acknowledge that if you look good, you get certain privileges. We all know that.
Okay, that's a fact.
And but the thing is that but people get upset with that too. So what's the end game? What's the end game? What are women supposed to do?
Well,
either they look too good and be like, oh well, she's only there because of how she looks, or if she don't look good enough, oh, you don't look as good as the other host who's only there because she looked good. Like what are we doing here? What are we doing here?
What do you mean, what are we doing here? Like
what are we doing?
Like at the end of the day, I know sometimes you would agree, sometimes you don't concur, but at the end of the day, presentation matters. I always said that phrase and I'll continue to say it. Presentation matters. And it's always, and regardless what job that you are in, it has always been throughout in the beginning of whenever jobs, was created. It has always been imperative that you look at a certain way, whether you are a male or female. You have to be presentable. You have to be dapper. You have to, look apart whenever you are, especially in a setting where millions of people are watching you. That's just how it is. That's how it is with most jobs. That's how it is when you go to these meetings. That's just how it is. And a lot of guys, and I'm going to say it too for the record, like how you said it, I don't find her attractive at all. I don't.
That's fine.
And
but that's fine. But the question is, does that mean? And I know I asked you this before, and I'm gonna ask you again. does that mean that she deserved to get the harassment that she gets online because of it?
Sexism, threats, all that, no. But if it's just regular criticism, that's fine.
Okay, but what is the criticism that she's receiving? If like my point is, if she gets criticism based on sheerly her content alone, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. If they're gonna call her out for saying, "Oh, you said this wrong, you did this wrong, you did that wrong," I'm okay with that. But when it gets to the point where you're like, "Oh, well, you don't look as good as Olivia Munn, you don't look as good as Morgan Webb," to me, that's bullshit.
Well,
that had nothing to do with the content.
But that is something that you and I had admitted just now.
Okay, but am I gonna tell her that?
No, you don't have to tell her that, but it's
that's
how you feel.
Thank you. I don't have to tell her that because that's irrelevant to what I'm
matter.
It's irrelevant to what my discussion is going to be with her. If I disagree with her on something, my discussion with her, if I disagree with her on something, her not being as attractive as Morgan and Olivia will never come up because that has nothing to do with anything.
It does not matter because people still notice the difference between how she looks like and how the past host looks like.
All right, then don't say that the content matters. Don't say that the content matters.
Look how a lot of I remember I looked on Twitter actually today where somebody basically said, look how she carried herself. Look at what she's wearing. Look the way she presenting herself. It just doesn't look good, to them. And what what did I say? If what I have said for the past years, and I will continue to say it again, to a lot of people, presentation still matters, regardless of what content that you're trying to watch. At the end of the day, if you notice somebody that does not look good, that will also grab your attention, despite the fact that the content remains to be good. You're still going to notice it.
And she's the only one that's gonna get that criticism, right? Not the other two, not everyone else on that couch.
As far as everybody, look, to me, I thought the whole purpose of bringing X-Play back was for nostalgia purposes. That's why I thought they brought X-Play back.
Nostalgia as far as the brand, yeah, and the fact that Adam Sessler is the one that restarted it, yeah.
Okay,
but you're not going to run X-Play, whatever the fuck other show that they have over there. You're not going to run it the same way. You're not going to.
Okay, but at the end of the day, though, don't tell me that you are here for nostalgia if you're not going to bring everybody back. Like, look, Adam Sessler and Morgan Webb, to me, when it comes in that whole entire show, one could argue that these were like one of the best duos when it comes to G4.
They were the main duo when it comes to G4,
and they were great. Like I thought the chemistry that they had, the characters, that they portrayed, on TV. Like I like Adam Sessler's character. I like Morgan Webb's character. Like they were different. They were unique. They just made a fabulous pair together, in my opinion. Now, if you don't think so, because you say you hate Adam Sessler, that's fine. That's completely fine. But to me, I thought this duo was fantastic.
Okay, you think they're gonna bring you want them to bring back Morgan Webb? She's running her own goddamn studio.
Okay, Havenel, you missed the point again. Don't tell me, the people who's trying to watch. Don't tell me that you're trying to bring back nostalgia if you can't bring everybody back. That's my point. I understand that people having their own show or they want to do their own thing, but then don't use the word nostalgia then if you can't bring everybody back. If that's your main goal, you want to bring back the
your
old
main
audience.
goal is to bring the brand back. That's it.
If the main goal is to bring the brand back, but yet if you can't bring everybody back, what's the point? What's the point?
It's a name. Like Adam Sessler already tried rebranding, and it didn't work. It failed. So what's he gonna do? He's gonna bring back a name that all gamers recognize, which is X-Play.
What are you talking? Are you talking about like Rev? What was it called?
Yeah.
That
or some bullshit like that.
That was a really good show.
All right, and guess what? It ain't there no more.
Okay, you want to know why? Yeah, you want to know why?
Why?
Want to know why?
Why?
Because obviously it was not as good as G4 TV. That's why.
No, you
That's
know what?
why.
You know what it actually is. And I was watching Richard Review Tech USA's video on this, right? And there was one part, and there's a lot of stuff about the video I disagree with, but this part I 100% agree with, right? When G4 was popular.
Oh, this guy. Before you continue, this guy was awesome too. Chris Gore. I don't know if you recognize him.
I recognize him.
Like, okay, this is what I'm talking about. You and please try to hold your thought. When you had awesome characters on a particular TV show, and if you are going to bring the show back, but yet you can't bring everybody back, the show is useless to me. That's why
how do you spell his last name? Okay, never mind. I found it.
Chris Gore, Gord.
I found it.
Oh, okay. And let me pause it right quick because I don't want you to miss your thought. What were you going to say?
Pretty much, I was gonna say that back when G4 was a thing, like YouTube was in its infancy. Like content creation, all that stuff, like really a lot of that stuff you can pinpoint all the way back to the original G4 Attack of the Show and all the other stuff. Now with YouTube streaming, all the other stuff, like that stuff is gonna be a lot harder to generate any type of buzz because now that's what everyone does now. Everyone does it now. If you want to see,
doing,
yeah, everyone does it now. Gaming is more mainstream now than it's ever been. And G4 was at a time when that type of mainstream attention for video games was not there the way it is now.
Yeah, but keep in mind, having though people are doing that with so many different content. People are doing it with politics
and all. Yeah, okay, that's fine. But when we're talking about gaming. Mm-hmm. The main thing when it came to gaming, when it comes to the media, when it comes to bringing that culture to the TV screen, that was G4. And now that people have a different way of receiving content now through the internet, through YouTube and all the other stuff, like bringing back G4 is gonna be hard. It's gonna be tough. But I guarantee you that they're not going to do. They're not going to go back to the old ways of G4 because people are going to call them out on it instantly. Because you can't just have a bunch of pretty women on screen if they don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. But at the end of the day, though, I feel like there was no need for you to bring back X Play if you're not going to bring it. Like, I mean, we kind of went a little off track, but I'm just trying to give a reason why I think this thing as a whole is pretty much pointless. You're not going to bring all the pretty girls back. You're not going to bring all the original hosts that people fell in love with back. So the whole thing of you trying to bring nostalgia back is a failure already at the beginning, because you're not going to bring everybody back if everybody is doing their own thing. Like what's the point? What's the point?
It's brand recognition. That's all it is. That's all it is. All there is to it.
Oh, for goodness sakes, I'm
telling you what it is. It's brand recognition. That's it.
Okay.
They're obviously not going to bring everybody back, but you're familiar with the name. They're banking on the familiarity of the name.
But what about the content? Didn't you say the content matters?
If the content is good, people will watch. If it's not good, people don't give a shit. Like, it doesn't matter to me.
Oh man, I think that's a bunch of BS.
How is it BS?
Because you and I have already admitted in the past of our podcast, when it comes to shows, when it comes to movies, TV, cartoon, voice acting, when you don't have the same people that you grew up with that you wanted to watch, even if you bring the show back, if you're not bringing back the characters, who cares? Who cares about the show? If you're not going to bring if you're not going to bring the people back, even if the quality is good, because I already made my point when I proved you wrong when it came to Metal Gear Solid 2. Metal Gear Solid 2 was an outstanding game, but people still criticize it. Why? Just because you couldn't play as Solid Snake. That's why. That was the only reason why people complained about that game, because of Solid Snake, a character. That's my point. If you're not going to bring people back, it doesn't matter. It does not matter how big
and
the
I
show is.
already told you again. You're not going to bring everybody back.
Then
You're
don't
not going to.
use nostalgia.
I fucking end the podcast. I'm done. I'm done. End the podcast. We're already 3 hours. We're already 3 hours in. End the podcast. Say goodbye and then we can leave.
Yeah, I already proved my point.
End the podcast now, please.
I already proved my point.
All right, bye everybody. Bye everybody.
If you're not going to do it, then that's pretty. Don't tell me that it's a product, but yet you failed to basically give a product of what you're trying to portray. That makes no sense.
Okay, so
absolutely makes no sense.
All right. So let me ask you a question. Right? You're restarting X Play, right? Now, this woman right here already has a job. She's running her own fucking studio. I have no idea where Pierre is. I have no idea where he is. Olivia Munn is a well-known actress now. You gonna pay all that money to bring her back just for nostalgia? This for nostalgia, right?
Kevin Pereira is there, just so you know.
They're running, huh?
Just so you know.
What?
Kevin Pereira is actually there also, just so you know.
Oh, he's there. What shows he hosting?
He's just there. He was there with he was next to with that I don't know what that black guy's name is, but he was next to him on one of the shows.
All right. Well, okay. So, but regardless of all that, like they're not gonna bring everybody back. They're not gonna bring everybody back. They're doing it for brand recognition. That's all they're doing it for. Adam Sessler tried his own thing. It didn't work. It did not work. He tried his own thing. He brought new people in. It didn't work. So, and he's not going to bring back Morgan, right? He's not going to bring back Morgan. Like I said, she's running her own studio, right? You said that Pereira is already there. I had no idea he was already. I had no idea he was there.
Either he's there or he was probably just a guest.
All right, let me see what he's up to. Hold on, let me see what he's up to. Because I had no idea he was there. If he's there or whatever.
What I'm trying to understand is you're getting all pissed off.
Because you're not listening to me.
No, you're not listening because you want to use. I'm using the word nostalgia. Obviously you know what nostalgia means.
No shit.
If you know what it means, but yet if you can't even bring everybody back, that's not nostalgia to me. That's not nostalgia to me.
Okay, so he's back on the network. He's back on the network. But have you seen the episode of it? Have you seen anything of him? I haven't.
I just told you that there was an episode where he was, with with one of the guys. I already told you that.
Okay.
So obviously he's there. So obviously they're trying to bring everybody back, which what nostalgia means.
No, they're not.
Because how is it, okay? Then why is Adam Sessler there and why is Kevin Pereira there?
Adam Sessler is the one that restarted it. He's the one that I think he started the whole rebranding.
And the Kevin Pereira.
I think same thing with him. That dude ain't doing anything.
You didn't even know he was there.
I didn't. Yeah, no shit. I didn't know he was there. But he wasn't doing anything of any relevance. And I'm telling you, the other people they're not going to bring back. They're not going to. They're not going to bring back Olivia Munn back. They're not going to. She would cost way too much money for them to bring back. Why would she even come back? It's a step back for her. I mean, I don't know what movie she's in now, but it's a step back to go all the way back to G4 when she could be doing other stuff.
You talking about Morgan Webb or Olivia?
No, Olivia Munn. And hell, it would be a step back for Morgan.
To me,
she's running her own studio now.
Olivia Munn hasn't done any more movies lately. The last movie she did was the one with Kevin Hart. After that, she hasn't made any more movies. What is she doing?
I mean,
and personally, the only reason why I believe she, was so recognized because she went out with Aaron Rodgers. That's it.
So she had no talent whatsoever.
As far as acting, she did an awful job, in my opinion.
Okay, so
that movie was she did not do good in that movie. And the X-Men movie when she was when she played as Psylocke, I wasn't impressed with that either. Do you remember? Do you remember watching that movie?
No, I don't. I know she was casting it, but I don't remember her. I remember her in the Kevin. I think the Hart movie that she was in was Central Intelligence. I want to say the one with The Rock.
Yeah.
It's either the one with The Rock or. I mean, all the Kevin Hart movies are kind of the same. They're not bringing like it's there for brand recognition, right? It's there to feed into your nostalgia. It's not going to be perfect. It's not going to be what you remember it to be. It's not. It physically cannot. So, like I said, everyone who was involved are either moving on to other something else, or they're probably dead, or maybe even dead. You never know.
God. No, knock it off, all right? Like you don't even know that. Like first off,
no, I don't know that. I don't know that. But the facts are facts. But the facts are facts.
No, that's not a fact.
All those people have moved on. All those people have moved on, and at some point you're going to have to. You can't just rely on the content of the past, bring it to the future, and think that that is gonna be successful. You're gonna have to branch in and do something different. That's why they have what's that dude's name? Xavier Woods. If you had the picture, if you had the slideshow picture that you were showing.
Let me go back to it.
Yeah, go back to it. Is the reason why they have two black guys there, right? From based on my knowledge, Black Atage.
Yeah, Matt. I forgot his last name, but I know who you're talking about.
Black Atage.
Yeah, one. Yeah, but the one is Matt something.
That I don't know about that, but Black Atage, he's he's a famous YouTube creator. And they brought him in. They got Frosk from League of Legends, and they brought in Xavier Woods who started his own YouTube show called Up Up Down Down, which was he's a wrestler. He's a WWE wrestler.
Can you see it?
No.
Oh, I probably didn't share it. Crap. Let me go back because I want to know which one you're talking about. Hang on a second.
It's the last slide that you showed. It's the last set of slides that you showed.
Okay, let me see here. Let me minimize this real quick. All right, which one?
Right. It's the one on the right
with the purple shirt.
Yeah.
All right.
He's a wrestler named Xavier Woods. He started this thing called Up Up Down Down. Right, he's a famous he has one of the most popular YouTubes out there. So they brought him in. You can't just simply base everything nostalgia to a T in order to attract a new audience. You're gonna have to do something new to generate a new audience. Cause look, I grew up on X-Play. I'm not watching this shit now. I'm not watching it now because, like I said, I don't need G4 anymore. But they have young kids who didn't grow up on G4. They're the one that they're trying to attract. Those are the people they're trying to attract.
I mean, I don't know because like I said, they mentioned how they wanted to bring back nostalgia in it.
No, I understood. That's why they have G4 and X-Play and Attack of the Show. That's why, because they feed into that nostalgia. But you can't have everything as it was back in what, 2004, 2005? Because people change, people move on, and you got to move along with it.
That's perfect. That's perfectly fine. But I think that's where you and I had our disagreement, because if your sole purpose was nostalgia base, right? But yet you don't have the recipe to complete your goal. To me, that's not
ultimately the recipe should be the content. That's what the recipe should be. It should always have been the content.
But you know when it comes to content or any other type of entertainment, movies or whatnot, if you don't have the original cast, people are not going to watch.
If they do or not, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day,
it does matter.
The content ultimately is the only thing that should matter.
I disagree.
No. You spent this thing trying to sell me that the content is ultimately the one that should matter the most. Yes or no?
The content obviously matters, but the characters still matters too.
But which one matters more?
It's to me is a package deal, in my opinion.
No, I don't agree.
It's a package deal.
I don't agree.
Because you even said it yourself that if there's a character that you like, that you grew up with, and then they suddenly that person is just not there anymore, people are just no longer going to tune in.
They changed the voice of Kratos. They changed the voice of Kratos, and the game is still awesome.
Yeah, but Kratos, do you honestly believe that Kratos has, the exact same, fan base, like Solid Snake? Absolutely not.
I mean, it doesn't like, does it
Oh,
really
don't
matter?
say-
Let
don't-
me
don't say
ask
it-
you a question.
don't say it doesn't matter.
Wait.
Because
Which
there was a
game- no,
huge
no.
controversy. There was a huge controversy regarding to David when he wasn't the voice actor in the future Solid
And
Snake.
you think that's the reason why the game didn't sell?
I think that's the reason why a lot of people got pissed off.
No, you want to know why the game? You want to know why the game? You want to know why people got pissed off about the game? You want to know why people got pissed off about the game? Because the game was half finished. That's why.
Listen, I already gave the example with Metal Gear 2.
All right, and I'm giving you the example with Metal Gear 5. I agree with you on 2. But when it came to 5, they changed the voice of Snake, and that
People
was the
complained.
least of that game's problems.
People still complained.
Okay, that's fine. But the most important problem with the game was half finished.
Yeah, that's obviously, that was part of the problem. But
That was the most important problem.
You can't sit here and tell me that a lot of people wasn't irate about,
And they can be irate all they want. If the game is great, they'll get over it. They'll get over it.
I don't think so.
No, because trust me, if the game was actually finished, no one would give a shit anymore. No one would care.
You know that's a lie.
No, it's not. No, I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the dead honest truth.
Because it already happened before.
Okay, I'm telling you with 5. I'm telling you with 5.
Why would it change in 5? Why would it change it? Why would it change in 5, but it didn't happen with 2? Why would it change in 5?
We would change in 5 because 2 was a great game. 2 was a great game. Regardless of what people say about writing, the game was great. The problem with 5 is that the game wasn't fucking finished. That's why people were pissed off about that game. That's why people should be pissed off about the game. And in contrast, with God of War, they changed the voice actor of Kratos, and the game sold more than any other God of War game. And I guarantee you it sold more copies than Metal Gear Solid 5. I guarantee you it sold more copies. At the end of the day, the only thing that should matter, and this has been my main point from Jump Street, the main thing that should matter is the content. It should matter, regardless of whether you're trying to sell nostalgia or something brand new. If it's not good, then most likely people are not going to consume it. Most likely, you obviously have exceptions. Like you said, we have exceptions to when people, like you said, with your example, right? That's an exception. My example, that's an exception. Obviously, but there's things that happen, and you know how companies are. They want to, they'll feed into nostalgia if they can. They'll feed into it. But at the end of the day, if there's things that they can't do, they'll find other ways, and that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing with X-Play. They're finding a different way to present people to the product. They can't run the product. They can't run the product the same way that it was back in the day because it's not going to fly.
Yeah, because you're gonna have feminists and a lot of people, and not even just the feminists. A lot of people,
like feminists, a whole bunch of people.
Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of people complain about it. And look, because now I don't know what studio Morgan Rib is doing. I have no idea what it is.
I have the name. Let me see if I can find it.
All right, yeah, I don't know what she's doing. Right now, Olivia Munn, I don't know if she's going to be doing any future movies, but I do agree that because she was doing AAA movies already, going back to G4 TV or X-Play or Attack of the Show will probably be a major downgrade for her. Like it's beneath for her now because she's doing high movies now. But now, as far as everybody else, like Kristen Adams, Layla Kelly, I don't know what they're doing. I don't know what Alison Haislip doing. I don't know what Candice Bailey is doing. Okay. I don't know what Sarah Underwood is doing. But but if there is a way that you could try to get more of those people and bring them back if they're not doing anything, then I say go for it.
Okay. Okay. So based on her thing, the last thing she did was a Netflix comedy called Love Wedding Repeat. So
which girl are you talking about? Olivia Munn?
Yeah.
A movie?
Yeah, like a Netflix movie.
Oh, Netflix, a Netflix movie.
And then with I think the studio that Morgan Webb is working is I think it's called Bonafide Games.
So
Let me I just want to be sure.
it's a gaming studio.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she began working at independent game studio Bonafide Studios in 2017 in a production role.
Hold on. Let me get out of this slide so I could read it, and then we could finish the podcast. Crap. Let me try to get out of here. In a second.
Yeah, to me, like the content is all that should matter. Whether it's what, like, depending on if who's reviewing anything or whatever. All that should matter is the content. That's it. That's all that should matter.
What's what? I'm trying to read what company. Where's
Here, right here. In the last thing.
Bonafide. Oh, okay, Bonafide Studios.
Bonfire. My fire is Bonfire.
Bonfire Studios, where she organized the community and other various functions. Oh, that's what they got. I never heard of that studio. I don't know what games she had made, but I'll definitely look into it. See what's been going on, but yeah, to me, at the end of the day, if you're going to bring back G4, and if you can't bring in everybody back, and I understand why you can't do it. I could understand why you can't bring everybody back, because like you said, Morgan is doing her own thing. Olivia probably thinks it's beneath her now that she's doing movies. But as far as everybody else, I don't know what they're doing. I don't I don't know what Kristen Madam is doing. I don't know what Alison Hislop is doing. I don't know what and now with Layla Kaylee, I know she was in I know she was doing what was it that she was doing? I know before she was like in do you remember that show ABDC? I don't know if you remember that.
ABDC? No.
Yeah, America's Best Dance Crew. I don't know if you remember that show.
Oh,
yeah.
I remember.
Yeah, I remember she was like, doing something with that. I think she was doing something with I don't know if it was Dancing with the Stars or something. She was a host at another show. But if they could bring, any more of those people back, I think that would be awesome. But yeah, you could forget about Olivia and you could forget about, Morgan. But I want to close this because, it's getting really late.
Yeah.
We're in freaking 4 hours. But at the end of the day, my last and final thought, at the end of the day, when it comes to Frost, I believe that she should just understand that you are going to receive criticism whenever you're going to continue with your content. You're just going to get criticism.
Okay, and that I agree with you on. I agree with you there. I agree. My only contention is if they're criticizing her based on her content, I have no problem with that. But if they want to go the extra mile, saying, "Oh, she don't look as good as Morgan," and all this other bullshit, to me that's bullshit. That is irrelevant to the content. So basically, all you're trying to tell me is that, oh, I don't care about the content. I just care if I can jack off to you, which is what she said, which is what essentially she said. And if your contention with her is more to do with her looks than her content, then clearly all you want to do is jack off to them while they're doing reviews. And to me, that's weird. That's weird to me.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as jacking off, but
No, but I mean, if you want to see them look good while doing reviews, then clearly there's something you want to do. Like if you just want to all go at beautiful women, you can do that on your phone. You could do that at the touch of dude. Porn is so fucking easy to find. Anywhere, it's easy to find. You know what I'm saying? If you want to look at beautiful women, there are YouTube channels dedicated to women looking good. There's Twitch streams of women playing games where they're doing it in their bikini. There are avenues. I'm trying to emphasize my point. I am trying to emphasize my point.
Right. Stop that.
No, but I'm just saying, like there are avenues for all of that. There's avenues for that. But when it comes to G4, especially now, and let me tell you this, and I know we're long, but let me tell you why I don't like Adam Sessler. I'm gonna tell you why.
All right.
Now, before then, I was a fan.
Oh, wait, I think I know you because he's now like really far left. Is that
No,
why?
it's not. It's
Oh,
not.
okay.
It's not even that.
Okay.
My problem is that there was a conversation on Twitter, right? And I know you've heard this name, Anita Sarkeesian. Have you ever heard of her?
I think so. Yeah.
He obviously he was obviously friends with her or whatever. And I had the nerve to question her validity when it came to, she said that she was getting bomb threats, right? Now, I'm not oblivious to the fact that she probably got threats. I know she did. But I also know that when it came to how she came into the industry, I know she lied about that. About the game that she beat, I know she lied about that.
Oh, man.
Everything, she's a liar. It is a proven fact that she's a liar. So I just try to see if she was lying about this. And the bitch, he made a comment to me, and then he blocked me.
Adam Sessler did.
Mm-hmm.
He actually communicated with you.
Yeah, I think he made some stupid comment, and then he blocked me. And when I was going to reply, that's when I found out he blocked me.
I'm sorry. That's actually funny.
That's fine. It's cool. But like I said, so yeah, I'm not a fan. Not a fan. But ultimately,
because he blocked you.
No, it is him defending her when it's like you don't have any type of any journalistic integrity at all. No journalistic integrity. That's why I don't trust. That's why I don't trust IGN. That's why I don't trust any of these major gaming sites.
Actually, I think I forgot who she is. What's her name again?
Anita Sarkeesian. I made a video about her.
Do me one last final favor. Like, can you put it up so I can see, and that'll be the end of it.
Yeah, I made a video about her. I remember the video well. Like again, it's the same thing. Like again, the content. I understand.
Oh yes, I think I remember her now. Okay.
Yeah. Like I understand her argument. Like the argument wasn't the issue that I had with what she was saying about sexism in gaming.
Mm-hmm.
My argument was that she misrepresented several games just to fit her narrative. Like what she did with Hitman. The way she presented Hitman was that you got rewarded for attacking women when that's not the case at all. In fact, you get penalized in Hitman. You get penalized for attacking civilians.
Oh, you get penalized.
Yeah.
Okay.
The goal in Hitman is obviously to get the target.
Yeah.
You get penalized for attacking but she never mentioned that in her talks about Hitman. Right? She made this big deal about Double Dragon Neon regarding the idea that you have to rescue a woman from the bad guys. But in the ending, the person who defeats the bad guy is actually the girl you were trying to save.
That's funny.
And she never mentioned that either.
And so what game was this?
Double Dragon Neon.
Okay.
And it's like is anyone gonna call? And I'm looking at the media. I'm like, is anyone gonna call her out on this?
Yeah.
But the thing is that they protected her because she had a narrative that they wanted to build. And I'm like, you can build a narrative without lying to your audience.
That's what you said.
Yeah, I said something a lot worse than that.
Oh, you did?
No, I pretty much called her. I questioned if she was lying about that also.
Okay, and then that's when Adam Sessler stepped in and then he blocked you. But weren't you? But when you asked her if she was lying, wasn't that on her channel?
No, it was on Twitter. It happened on Twitter. I think there was an article it was an article talking about the threats, right? He made a comment where pretty much defending her, and then I made a comment about wondering if what she was saying was actually true also,
Mhm.
or something like that. And then that's when he said what he said, and then he blocked me.
Yeah, he said
And
something.
and that was on my old account. Like that was on my old account. Now I can follow him back if I want to, but I don't need to follow him.
Yeah, because
I don't need to follow him.
you still hold a grudge of what he did to you.
No. It's not a grudge. It's like I don't care what he has to say about anything anymore. I don't care.
Okay.
Like I don't care. Plus I hold a grudge. Anyways,
Yeah, I know exactly. That's exactly what I said. Yeah.
all right. Hey, anyways, all right, we're done. This is easily the longest podcast we ever done, but we had a lot of topics to talk about. So
yeah, it was. I'm actually surprised it went this long.
yeah.
But I think what I was really surprised how the Wade and MJ long how it went.
No, I wasn't surprised. I wasn't surprised by that.
Oh, you wasn't?
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the reason why I'm surprised is because I know you didn't really care about that topic, and I thought you didn't have a lot to say. That's why.
And I really didn't have a lot to say. I was just trying to explain to you what the situation is. But
Well,
that's obviously that's never easy. So
yeah. So anyway, Malta, if you're still there, you're probably not, but I appreciate you constantly, giving us support. I want to also say we are going to keep everybody posted because I'm trying to
I'm busy. Yes, I'll be there in a second. Hold on. Oh, you heard me?
Yeah.
No, my bad.
Why didn't you mute the channel? You should have muted.
I tried.
Okay.
I guess what I did. No, fuck it. All right, don't worry. We're almost done.
Yeah. I do want to plan. I don't know. I'll just have to get with you on that. But we will be planning a ranking for all the Street Fighter games, like we did with the controller. It's not going to be next week. We're trying to plan a special day for us to do that. We're going to have a special guest that will also be joining us, and he's someone that we knew since college, and I were able to hang out with him lately. We always go to movies together and stuff like that. So he's going to be joining us also. I am definitely looking forward for the Street Fighter ranking, and we're going to be having more rankings in the near future. So anyway, my apologies for the long podcast. At the end of the day, though,
it had to be done.
Yeah, it had to be done. I enjoyed it. So this is the Traditionalist 101 signing out. Have a good one.
All right. Hoovy 186, I am out. Peace.